It's saying that we're big. All right. Now it's doing a new thing again.
Okay.
No, well, listen, it's because I don't play around with it on the side. Hey, hello, what's going on? Not cool later. Haynes is going to be in charge of the chat because he's on the other side of the table. Streamlabs loves to do things.
What's going on, not cool later?
You know, you should be able to hear him. Yeah, so another new thing. Remember how I said it doesn't like when I name the mic? It doesn't like when I have two versions of the audio capture set up, and then it auto sets to default audio, which our mixer is not default audio. So, yeah, there's one.
Although I'm curious how long our audio was going on for before we figured it out. Or
I mean, on our end, it said that we had audio because the mic was hooked up, and Streamlabs was picking up the mic. It just wasn't sending it out. Okay. It was hitting the input, but it wasn't outputting it to, I'm guessing, Streamlabs, Twitch, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know how it works because Streamlabs is bullshit. It doesn't. Half the time it decides not to work.
Well, as per Not Cool Later, there was no audio, and Cool Later, not bad. How about you, homie? You good?
There was definitely no audio. I can tell that, but that's why I'll pull my phone up and I'll go onto I'll watch my Twitch from a unlogged in account.
And then suddenly, from this box in your hand, the audio comes out.
Well, all I did was I deleted the audio source and I remade it. That's it.
All right.
So now I think before every stream I have to delete the audio source and then add the audio source, which is exactly what happened when the camera decided not to work. I just deleted the source and remade it, and it was like, oh, that camera. When you just had connected, sure. Why not? I hope that looks good in the back. Probably does. I don't know if the white's gonna get washed out.
Do you mind if I take a look on my screen how it looks?
I don't want to move things around.
Okay. All right. You can just.
Okay.
You see that? I'm being difficult at him. All right.
It looks fine. Right?
That looks great.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Because I dimmed this screen because the lighting from it was really fucking bright, and it was being reflective on my Unison's picture. I didn't like it. It was bothering me. So now that everything's working, I think.
And now that we finally have a witness for testimony. All right.
Yeah.
So. Thupa Thibra and John Woo, not only thank you for doing your part, but for leading battalions of 718 TV into combat against the Space Mormons, the Intergalactic Belgians, the rabid hardcore vegans, and the grossly and overbearing hardcore true neutrals that just get away with everything because this is true neutral. So thank you for leading the charge against these gross forces of not evil that we must not platonically coexist with. Thank you. And when we finally plant a flag on Mars, we're gonna have Thupa Thibra get an extra keychain after years of his hard work.
A keychain. I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see how many keychains. Let's not promise that. For all we know, this man sends you a keychain,
right? Or a bomb.
Or a bomb. I mean, like, you definitely shouldn't have given him your address. I trust him. He's a safe enough guy.
I'm gonna roll the dice on Nottingham trash.
Yeah, but like, you know, whatever, the keychain, it's cool, and hopefully he made more than one.
Turns out I got fucking kidnapped by the IRA. Who knows?
I mean, I'm glad that he's making stuff. I mean, realistically, now that you've mentioned it out into you've breathed it into meat space. If there's one keychain in that bag when you receive it, we have to send it to Thupa now.
Yeah, it's his. He earned it.
Because you've already said it. You can't keep that keychain.
Also, he gave us 90-something minutes of just 3D printer footage that we can use not only for Super Predator, but for us, but just for use.
Yeah.
That's gold. That's you know what? If he can get us footage of lumberjacks and people doing like the trees falling down and like scenic, beautiful nature, that would be flawless.
I didn't know it was 45%. That's why it tastes so stiff.
Awfulize, but not tonight. That's right, CT. RCTPB. Buenas noches. No me hablo lo mismo tipo de inglés que usted está usando aquí.
You're in
Pero
charge of chat here.
yo me hablo inglés propio y cualquiera está hablando con, y me voy a repuestar con eso también. Gracias por tu consideración hoy noche. Not much. How you holding up?
I don't know. I can't. I can see it from here, but I'm not gonna strain myself to work on chat. I'm leaving that in your hands.
Why don't you got a fucking haircut?
You're dealing with that. I'm gonna get a haircut. Not anytime soon, but I'm definitely gonna have to cut all this off. This is a mess. I'm gonna cut my hair. I'm gonna grow a mustache.
It's gonna be your villain arc.
A mustache and a little fucking like pointed tip goatee.
You
That's it.
You're gonna have sideburns.
I mean, I could probably rock sideburns. I already have kind of like I don't like keep them maintained or anything, but I could probably rock that.
Because if you've got a mustache, you've got to have sideburns.
The question is, if I'm gonna rock the mustache look, what kind of hairstyle?
You should rock the mustache without the fucking patch.
Just the mustache.
But you gotta rock the sideburns with the mustache.
Okay, I mean I can probably work that. But then how do I style my hair? Is the thing.
Just if it keep it short, but make people think you're a fucking cop.
Oh, that would be funny. I've never gotten caught before. I've definitely gotten, like, someone thought I was in the military once.
Blessed Magnus chimes in going, Haynes got off his cycle and shriveled up like an earthworm. He is actually inside the mask hanging on the wall right now. I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
Can you read?
And Not Kool-Aider chimes in with, how do all the mills feel about your facial hair trim, Monoxus?
Honestly, they prefer the... I mean, I think it would be pretty obvious. The ladies that I'm with don't like the facial hair. It's prickly and not nice. And when I did have the goatee, I would always trim the mustache down and then, like, take a towel to rub down the fine edges so I'm not, like, smashing my face into someone's crotch and just, like, shredding them up.
Giving them fucking sandpaper burns against their will by virtue of doing what you want to do.
And for all the potential ladies in the audience or viewers in the aftermath of this stream, they also keep their shit pretty well maintained, so I'm not getting the reverse version of, like, the fucking, like, rug burn on their pubic mound.
Because Monoxus cannot tell you tales of women from France who look like in a bikini as if Fidel Castro's caught in a leg lock. Buckwheat in a leg lock with a bandana over his face are tales Monoxus cannot tell you. But other tales he can, and this is neither the time nor the place
I mean, like,
to
if
tell
you want,
those tales.
If you want to talk about pubic hair, like, I think there's a fine line when it comes to pubic hair. Like, I as a man who only hooks up with women, I've only got that experience, so I can't speak on behalf of people who hook down on dudes. But if you're gonna grow your pubic hair out as a chick, you either go full bush, so it's soft.
So
But if you do that trim shit as a woman, like, that shit's like razor blades.
So ladies, my only
Unless you do a dope little, like, design, and then it's just cute, and you like you see past it.
my only frame of reference is ladies do one of 5 things. All right, 1, it's either unshaven and it's a fucking mess. Sometimes it'll be like a landing strip, and I'm kind of fond of landing strips.
That's like the little designs.
That's like
go
that's.
for it. You're having fun with it.
Because it crosses races and cultures, because like it's one of the few things that, like, okay, like this is like women are hip to this around the world.
Yeah.
So like, okay, I can get behind this. Number 3, it's like you kind of gave it like a soft triangle.
Yeah.
All right. 4, it's just like bald, and if it's an innie and it's bald, it's great, and if it's an outie and it's bald, you kind of have to be like because porn fucks your brain up, and you think all like vaginas don't look like roast beef that looks like they were fucking beaten with an army boot at the end of a stick.
That shit has never bothered me, but I've definitely met people where, like, they see a little bit of flesh, they're like, oh my god!
Mr. Mystic Shorts, all stained Haynes speaking from beyond the grave through his shrunken head. Everyone thinks I fucking no.
He's been beheaded.
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's right there. Everyone, take it easy.
He's a spectral hand. Get it right.
I told you I'd be in the back. Fucking people.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to sit here and wear a mask right now.
The third person who brings it up, we're gonna have to put the mask somewhere else.
No, it's staying up there. It's the only way that we can confirm to people that you're here, other than them listening in. What if someone pops in, sees my ugly mug, you're not talking, and they're like, "Oh, just this asshole by himself again? I'm out." No.
Oh gosh.
We have to keep the illusion there.
Okay, deal.
It's staying up, and I don't care how many people think you're a tiny head now, or a worm in a mask.
That is better than 12 of me with 12 typewriters could have came up in a couple of hours.
I mean, we didn't think of it. We just thought put the mask up there and put it beside. These jerks can't with some.
Now I'm gonna have to credit Blessed Magnus and Mr. Mystic Shorts for when I start to write a short-lived but memorable webcomic of a shriveled head who hangs out with a shrunken head from beyond the grave, and the worm who gets in touch with the shrunken head. Like, you know, he's just like. Long story short, it's brief but memorable, and I won an Eisner Award. All right.
Yeah, or it could be a familiar. The worm lives in a mask.
Mr. Mystic Shorts is all. With a cardboard cutout, we wouldn't know the difference.
Now that's something. Get fucking.
You would have to change the cigarettes on his hand every once in a while.
Yeah.
And spray him down, but for like perspiration stains. That's me.
And pour a drink into like a tube. That like loops back into the cup, just so it's an infinite.
Jesus,
tube.
I'm half Greek. Greeks are not a dry people. Like I fucking sweat like a priest at a Little League game. None of you people understand the fucking pain and mayhem of summer, where like the fucking sun becomes an anvil 20 feet away from my head at all hours of the day.
And yet you're the person who wants to go out in the warm weather with a mask on and like harass people.
Because when it's warm, everyone wants to do shit and everyone wants to be out. And what better than like, hey, you have a minute to talk about freedom? Like we have.
To be fair, we could do it in cold weather, just not in New York, because I feel like maybe you've seen it. People in New York when it's cold are just in bad moods.
It depends.
Like the ones walking around. If you stop somebody who's like trying to get from A to B,
depends where you are. I mean, you're more likely to get a crowd, I would argue, in Union Square than Washington Square Park.
Of course. I mean, like I went to fucking Union because I stopped by Forbidden Planet to pick up bullshit. And get a cup of coffee. There were mad people hanging out there. And it was cold as shit.
Okay, so.
But those people are like, they're trying to smoke, they're trying to drink. I saw some fat dude getting in a Wolverine costume, getting ready to go to like Times Square or some shit.
Okay, but like, so wouldn't those people want to talk to some asshole luchador mask wearing guy in a camera?
I don't think anybody wants to talk to you and cameramen. I think you just run up on them and you're like, hey, give me a second. And they're like, oh shit. And it's. You're a pretty big dude, so a man in a luchador mask who's bigger than you just showed up with a microphone being like, talk to me. And it's like, your options are run or talk.
Hey you!
I mean...
Not Cool Later chimes in 718 TV Cancun 2022.
I mean, I'd be down. We still gotta wait until this virus shit's over, but I think the first trip you and I are gonna mutually take is gonna be Ohio.
We have to go see Ohio.
Yeah.
There are a couple of things in Ohio. KRP dwells out in Ohio. And honestly, like, Ohio is kind of a strange American cornerstone of things and people that have come out of Ohio. I don't know if it's something in the well water, because they're a landlocked state. They're nowhere near the ocean. So, for example, El Primo, he doesn't eat seafood. He is all turf, no surf, in his own words. All right? So, for what it's worth, all right, that means they have to get water from... They have to get water from the wells, if not from like elsewhere. And the water in the wells does some strange shit to people in Ohio. The fucking home and birthplace of Macho Man Randy Savage, Mark Coleman, Busy Bones. A lot of fucking people, like monsters and savages, have come out of Ohio. Pun entirely intended. In fact, Macho Man Randy Savage was so he was so powerful. The gods needed a heart attack and crashing his car into a tree to take him out, because one wouldn't have killed him. You needed two. And I find it fascinating how, like, I love to imagine in my mind's eye, he's driving, he's with his wife, and he has a heart attack, and then he drives into a tree, and it's not even his fault because he's already ascending his immortal coil, and he's about to, like, enter Valhalla. And he's entering Valhalla via an elbow drop. In his mind's eye, he's already there. He's just leaving back his mortal shell, and an echo in his head behind his eyes, an echo like Randy. And the last words before he hits the tree is "Ooh yeah!" and like it's just this Coen Brothers mess. Like she's like shivering because he went out like a champion.
We can only hope that man screams "ooh yeah" or screamed "ooh yeah, oh yeah" before incidents happened. Like a second reflex instead of saying like "oh shit," he just "oh yes."
John Woo, what up, John Woo? John Woo, thank you for not only doing your part but leading us into combat. John Woo chimes in going, the only thing in Ohio is just filled with black tar heroin and lunatics with shotguns. It's northern Florida. You know,
Doesn't matter. We have people we got to go see. As far as I'm concerned, thanks to things like the 718 TV channel, among other things like the Encyclopedia.zone and Super Predators, like if there's any excuse for you and I to go travel and meet people, it's like, oh shit, that's that guy from Super Predator. Yo, we're taking a 1 week vacation. You want us to come chill? And it's like now we're flying to fucking like I don't know. Well, in this case, Ohio, but like wherever the fuck. I would go visit Thupa, but I don't feel like going to Russia.
my only frame of reference of Russia is dashcam videos, which make me think it's an open world GTA server at all hours of the day.
I mean, there's a few places on my list of will not go there. Pretty much all of the Middle East and China.
Yes. Not Cool Later chimes in. Notice Monoxus didn't say Africa. He just said the Middle East and China. Monoxus would just mind his business in a place like Ghana, and women would throw themselves at him. Like, in the literal sense of the term, like they're trying to block traffic.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing South Africa. I'm not gonna go to, like, the fucking slums.
So, Not Cool Later chimes in and goes, they used to have a SeaWorld in Ohio. Imagine being the orca whale that was cursed enough to end up in Ohio. Not Cool Later. Someone did hard time for unforgivable crimes and died in regret and was reincarnated as that orca that ended up in the Ohio SeaWorld.
Yeah, you don't know. Maybe that orca had some nice treatment.
Mr. Mystic Shorts chimes in with 718 TV on the Street is an extended psychological study of the fight or flight mechanism.
It kind of is.
But listen.
I was there on Christmas. Well, it wasn't Christmas. It was what? Did we go Christmas night that day?
Christmas Day.
Was it Christmas Day? Yeah, there were plenty. Like there was tons of people there, and like you'd be surprised that like fucking cameraman's like hanging out and holding on to like the camera, and this man's just fucking like rambling with the signs behind him and trying to talk to people, and people are doing like this, like looking over their shoulder and like scooching out of the view.
No one wanted anything.
Or like as we're walking at them, they're like they did that thing where they move like I don't know like 5 to 10 feet away, just to avoid crossing our path.
Or just strafe. Like so, yeah.
Fucking Basement was chilling, and he was just like laughing about all of that. In fact, all those people that were on that staircase, those were the ones who were like, they were fucking cool. They were just trying to chill, but they talked. You know, they were hanging out.
That was really fun. It was just, even in a Santa outfit, I think the mask, like with the Santa outfit, was too much for
It's the
people.
fact that you're like a 6 foot tall big dude in a luchador
I'm
mask.
6'1", I'll have you know.
I'm just saying, you look like you're gonna fucking grab somebody.
Let the record state that Stained Haynes is 6'1". Mr. Mystic Shorts chimes in with, come to Massachusetts and loiter at Dunkin' Donuts.
He's 6'4" on Tinder.
You know why? There are people who are like...
It's okay, everyone does it.
There are people who are like 5'11" to their doctor, but they're 6 feet on Tinder. There are people like that. There are dudes like that.
I don't get it. Like, I'm a short guy. I don't lie about my height. I have no reason to.
I'm 6'4" on Tinder.
I've never understood that shit. Because, like, I mean, then you have these interactions with people, like, I mean, I guess from the dating world anyway, where it's like, you lied about your height. Yeah, now you're just auto-fucked. Like, your first impression was you're a liar. Good fucking job.
Oh, and number 5, I'm sorry, the pubic hair in the women.
Yeah.
Listen, number 5 is there was an attempt. Like you tried to style it, and it's not, and it's like you don't hold it against them, but it is a weird mark of like, you know it when you see it, where like I don't know what kind of pattern you tried. I don't know does this have to do with the ideology that you subscribe to? I don't know. But it doesn't. There was an attempt.
I would put that above just. I mean, like, clean shaven is just solid because of the implication and the practical use of a clean shaven pubic area. But like, even if you fucked up a design, I'd be like, bonus points. I'll give you credit. I'll give you more credit than the person just like, fuck it, it's gone. You know what I mean? Like, is it as good? Probably not. But
I mean, I'm sure statistically speaking, someone one day is going to go down on a woman and she'll have like a smiley face, like
that'd be great.
It
would throw me off. It'd be great. I'd get a kick out of it.
Vegas odds, it had to have happened at least once.
Oh yeah, more than once. If I had to take a bet, more than once. A smiley face, that's one of the easiest things to do. Little fucking curved line with a buzzer and like 2 dashes, easy mode.
Ladies, let us know.
There's plenty of room to work with.
Listen, so that was number 5. I just wanted to close that out real quickly. But
I'm glad that sat there for a minute, just being like, I'm gonna get back to it. I'm not done.
Before I forget, Whisper the Great, where is the luchador? I'm out to lunch.
He's right here. He's actually right there. but for the sake of I don't know.
Hey man, I've got things to do, and Monoxis was like, hey man, you want to chill? I'm looking to stream. And I'm like, yeah. Now we're here.
This is the middle ground for now. We'll see how it works moving forward. Realistically, we're already looking into VTubers, so 6 months from now, if Monoxis and Stained Hands are VTubers that look nothing like us, just get over it.
We have been replaced by body doubles.
Yeah. It'll be Bimmy and Jimmy from Double Dragon.
Bimmy and Jimmy!
Sitting at a table. And that'll be us. So.
Just quietly gazing away and then eventually going lifting is good. Yes.
No, it'll just be you and me, but it'll be Bimmy and Jimmy.
It has been a millennia since I've seen the Platinum Duo. Oh, Whisper.
Unless you want to be fucking Battletoads, we could be a Bobo and I don't know, who's another good fucking character? I feel like a Bobo's the best one.
Well, it's because he was just he was
Classic.
he was the Potemkin of Double Dragon.
Yeah.
He had not that he had no hit stun, but his kick was the size of you turned sideways. He was just awful. And then sometimes you had to fight more of him than one, and it was just extra awful. It was fucking terrible. And it wasn't anywhere as bad as fighting you, but a different color.
Yeah.
And he has all of your moves. And if you didn't hit the XP roof, he has moves you don't have now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not... Ay.
Point is, yeah, we'll have VTubers eventually, and then you won't even get to see our mugs. They'll be interchangeable VTubers, just whatever the fuck we feel like. There's gotta be an easy way to do that. I've not actually to do it.
No, but Whisper, life gets in the way of a lot of things, and we're often at the mercy of what comes across our desk. So I've got things to see and people to do. Thank you. Try the waitress and tip your veal. I'm here all week, but I've got things to take care of. So hopefully, I'm aiming for when there's the real Easter. There will be Greek Easter, and the weather's going to be nice. And if Mr. Mystic Shorts has his way, he's going to see the fight or flight responsive. Hey, you talk. Excuse me. Do you feel free? Where are you? Are we in America? I thought this was America. Just running uphill in Astoria Park.
I would love to watch someone actually run away. It's hey, stop! I want to talk about freedom.
Just turn to cameraman. We got a runner.
No, get it. Don't even ask him a question. Just 5 minutes of you chasing somebody until the sirens are heard. We gotta go. Pulling their phone out I'm being harassed.
Sir, excuse me.
I'm gonna turn into Frank Hassel's channel. Except we're not even giving them shit. We're just trying to ask them questions.
Do you have a minute to talk about freedom?
God, it would be entertaining. I'll give it that.
Whisper the Great chimes in with, I hope there were Spider-Man pictures on your desk as well. No, only J. Jonah Jameson can demand and have pictures of Spider-Man at the same time. Only him. We could only do one. Not cool either goes Dr. Don Wario. Frank Hassel. What has Frank Hassel been up to?
I'm last I heard, the whole boogie thing happened.
I was kind of hoping for more Dr. Don Wario videos where he just showed up in supermarkets in a fucking
I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was part of the YouTube purge, the harassment policy YouTube purge. It got to him later than most people, but it definitely got to him. I don't think he can post on YouTube anymore.
Right.
Because YouTube's a piece of shit and doesn't like fun.
Whisper the Great chimes in and goes, hope you boys are doing well. Thank you, Whisper. Not Kool-Aider, breaking news. Not Kool-Aider, why is there not Kool-Aider breaking news? His last video was Dr. Don Wario. It was a week or two ago. Whisper reminds us that YouTube hates freedom.
YouTube does hate freedom. YouTube is huge on censorship. But wait, not Kool-Aider. Was that a YouTube thing, or was that a Gumroad thing? Because I'm pretty sure he has a Gumroad as well.
And then 5th Lieutenant John Wood is all, he released a free video on Twitter. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
okay.
He does Twitter and Gumroad, I think.
Okay. I only have Sam Hyde's Gumroad. I don't have Frank Hassel's Gumroad.
I think they're in the same boat now, just because of the YouTube policy bullshit. They don't like them. They're not fans of people who make actual, fun content. You have to make something that's
But you could... Even Zombie from Encyclopedia.zone has written things and put it up behind a paywall on Gumroad.
Yeah.
It is a multi... It's not just, video content and people who were purged from elsewhere. swept up in the slow sanitizing of the internet.
Yeah.
But in a weird, bizarre sort of way, like, you struck them down and only made them stronger. You're just making fucking Darth Vaders out there.
I mean,
like,
to be fair, like, we got our first official strike. Like, and think about our channel. We don't have a big channel.
No.
At all. And we got a fucking strike.
It's not the first time.
Well, the first one there wasn't a strike, it was a warning. We got a strike for a video that's, like, over, like what, a year old?
Yeah.
And the bots were like, got him!
No, not Kool-Aiders. The one before that, he went to Walmart and told people to put their masks on. Man, I live under a rock with Wi-Fi. Whisper the Great goes NCS music, ASMR video, and weird Spider-Man else bullshit. You know, Whisper, if you could find me J. Jonah Jameson ASMR videos, like, get back to me. I need those. RCTPB. Odyssey is the future, lads. At least if it isn't converged to shit. You mean like timelines converging, or things colliding into one another and becoming an unstoppable blob of evil?
I'm assuming it's a website, and as long as it doesn't get tainted.
Odysseys. Is Odysseys anything like... Is Odysseys like an even Greeker version of Hades?
It's probably like a fucking Vimeo offshoot or whatever, and someone's trying to make someone's trying to compete with YouTube, but YouTube is officially a major media outlet. Like, they're basically on the same page as, like, your fucking, like, cable channels now.
Why is Whisper coming back? He's all like, hey, what's up? Like, I've got scalps now. And he posted a YouTube link, and he's like, give me a challenge next time. That's like the fucking victory screen of, like, a fighting game in the 90s. Like, just standing next to some bloodied, fucked up mess like hamburger meat and nice clothes, and he's all like, give me a challenge next time.
No, Whisper set you up. He led you in with Spider-Man shit, knowing that no matter what you asked for, he would pull it out.
Spelling my biggest nemesis. No one can bat 1,000. Even if, like, Whisper the Great can fucking headbutt a Minotaur to death, if you put him in a spelling bee, he's fucked. I mean, like he can navigate the maze of the infinite kobolds, but if you gave him the New York Times, like, crossword puzzle against mages, you put him in Boggle, he's fucked.
I mean, you and I could sit here and brainstorm.
It doesn't matter if he has, like, amulet.
Doesn't exist.
Like, he'll have, like, amulet of +4 intelligence. He'll try to have all these broken mage items that allow him to understand, like, linguistics and shit and speak different languages and try to play Boggle.
Character flaw. Can't spell properly. Doesn't matter. Even
though he has a fleet of, like, fucking flesh golems that pull a sled that carry him from town to town.
Doesn't matter. He's a character flaw. Can't spell. No matter how much intelligence he puts on that character, his character flaw is he can't spell. He's not allowed to break that.
And you could quote me on that, Whisper, with your sled pulled by
flesh golems,
by dozens of flesh golems, just running up and down hills.
Like I said, I guarantee
the snow,
we could figure out
under the Arizona
like
sun,
a video that just doesn't exist, and he can't pull it up. We would just have to sit here for a minute and be like, what is not on the internet? You just combine like 3 things that would never happen. And it's like, good luck finding that video. Go make it and then send it to us.
How dare you?
Either way, how's chat doing? I can't see from here.
I would like a video of a clown speaking a pig Latin language that is not English while on a unicycle juggling. How about that?
While on fire. Have fun.
Yes.
Good luck with that shit. It's not happening. I mean, does screaming in pain count as a pig Latin, like a language?
I'll meet you halfway and say yes.
As long as it can be deciphered.
I mean, yes.
And then it counts.
I'll meet you halfway and say yes across the board.
So
all of these demands, and it has to be like balanced, at the very least balanced on the unicycle. It can't just be like standing with one foot off. No, it's got to be on the fucking unicycle.
Yeah, the unicycle can be propped up, but like they gotta be on the unicycle, balanced. Like, on fire.
I need this.
Communicating through a non-English pig Latin-like language, which can be screams.
You know,
good luck finding that one.
I would like to imagine, like, Whisper. I would like to imagine Whisper the Great, like, temporarily bringing peace between dwarves and elves, only so he could fucking hijack it and, like, fuck with, like, earth elementals and beat up their fucking dads and shit, and then they come, like, fucking storming down the mountains, and then, like, eventually, like, you know, they come for, like, you know, Whisper the Great, and Whispers are like, it was the dwarves and the elves. And then he gets them into this needless fucking war Thanks, dude. And he just gets them involved in this needless fucking war. All right, and so all these lives are lost. And Whispers of the Great, like, you know, like, oh, what's good? Like, I'm gonna loot this like deep lore, like 5th level of the elemental plane. None of you have ever been here. He fucking dungeon crawl stone soups this shit and just lays waste. And like he ends up gaining like 27 levels, and he exhausts all of his spells and all of his fucking equipment and all of his potions and all of his wands and all of his tomes and everything. Like, all right, he ends up like. All right.
Yeah, I got you.
And he gets out. Okay. And then, you know, for posterity, he writes down directions, and he's like, if you want to do this, this is what you have to do. But because like he can't spell, they just.
I got a question for you.
His directions have led to countless people who think they could do the same but cannot.
I got a question for you. What's your favorite Resident Evil game? Like, I don't know.
Resident Evil Revelations 2.
Revelations. Of all time, Revelations 2 is your favorite.
Revelations 2.
Okay. What about the older games? What's your favorite? Let's say 4 and back.
Probably 2.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm just asking because, like, I'm planning on playing a Resident Evil on stream. And I was probably gonna play 2 because it's my favorite. Not remake either.
And not just because it's the greatest It's My First Day story of all time.
It looks like my party has been canceled.
Not Kool-Aid is all like weed singing. Not Kool-Aid is a narc.
I don't know where he's getting these weed ciggies from. These are too clean to be like hand rolled. I guess I could have like a fucking like they have like the cigarette. Yeah, go ahead. Like I have like the cigarette packing like devices. I know I've seen those, and just load them up and make like really nice looking fucking weed cigarettes.
He would have to have a professional.
No, I've used them before. One of my exes, like her mother, just bought like bags of loose tobacco and had like I guess like they're like sleeves for cigarettes and just
right.
like.
Oh yeah.
And
you
she
have
would
machines for that.
And she would just sit there like just packing like fucking perfectly rolled loose tobacco cigarettes.
Wow. Yeah, there are machines for that. That's kind of awesome though.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, no, hang on. Whisper the Great, Kappa, Ross. All right, listen. I would really like to commission a series of like stories of where like Whisper the Great, like he with his fucking sled pulled by dozens of flesh golems running up and down the terrains.
You can make a D&D campaign out of it.
He's got them all named differently, like Larry, Sir Quackers the Third, Giuseppe, Alphonse.
Look, man, I don't know what those Ohio boys are up to for D&D wise, but one day we can play a
Sir
campaign.
Pilkington the Fourth.
And Whisper can play a wizard of some kind.
They're named after the reindeer. They're named Hans, Flans, Obladan the Romanian bear.
What do we call alternate timeline Hitler? Schmittler?
Adolf Schmittler. A 6'2" Chad with green eyes and dirty blonde hair.
Yeah,
broad-shouldered.
Golem named Schmittler.
Schmittler. The only golem with green eyes. Mr. Mystic Short says 1 also for Resident Evil 1 was a meme dream. Resident Evil 1 was kind of silly.
Well, like, so I don't know if this is going to be, like, to the community. I like 1 original a lot. Like, classic RE1 is one of my favorites in the franchise. I don't like the remakes, but I think it's just because, like, the remakes tried really hard to get rid of the jank of the original game, and to make it where it's like, now it's difficult, and the zombies are, there's like the fucking like crimson heads, everything just got like up. The whole beauty of Resident Evil 1 is that like, you're just like, you're basically special forces for Raccoon City. You're like their elite, and they go in, and they kind of just fuck shit up, and like plow their way through bioweapons, and they win. And when they remade it, I loved the new coat of paint. I thought it was beautiful to look at, but like, the fact that they were like, we gotta make that shit harder, I was like, no, like I enjoyed the janky quality of the original.
But part of what, I don't know, I think, to me, the sudden realization that, I can't blast through all of them because there's more of them than I have ammo if you play the game on, like, normal mode.
Depends. Like most of the original horror games, you can spend more ammo than the game. Like the game gives you more than you need.
That's what made 2, because you know how there was like easy and normal mode.
Yeah.
In easy mode, you get like fucking like 70-something bullets out the gate,
Yeah.
and it is like everyone can eat the peanuts out of my shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. But then in normal mode, it's like you've got 12 extra bullets, and you're like, oh shit.
I mean, even like in the original, like at least I know for RE2, because I spent like a summer with a friend of mine just like
running through the burning bus.
We played RE2 like back to back. Like we would play through all the files, an entire afternoon of just like drinking and smoking, and it's like I'm gonna play through Leon A, and then you're gonna do Claire B, and then I'm gonna do Claire A, and you're gonna do Claire B, and then switch, and we just keep beating RE2.
Leon B was fun.
There is more ammo in that game than you need. The game is designed that way. Like you can kill everything twice over in 2 if you like, because ammo is not a difficulty.
In normal mode though, like
it's harder. It is harder. Yeah,
right.
They spread it out where like you have to be careful, but you could go back and kill things and waste ammo and be fine
if you want. Yes,
you don't have to, but you could. I mean, and like I was gonna say, because like I just maybe it's just me. I don't like the 1 remake because I feel like it was just like, let's make this old game harder and longer, or at least like 2 remake was like, let's just remake 2, and it felt like we remade 2. We didn't have to like make it harder. We didn't have to make it longer
because they could.
Yeah, but like I think 2 remake is like perfect as a remake.
As a remake.
As a remake, because like you can remake a game and fuck it up, or you can remake a game and like lose the original purpose, like, or the original feel of the game. Mm-hmm. The 1 remakes are good as their own, but like
how much jank did they take away from 2?
I mean, it's still a janky zombie survival game. Like the movement is still kind of loose.
Because
zombies can take weird ranges of bullets before they go down.
Now, just real quickly, Whisper the Great chimes in with, they're named after the reindeer, these flesh golem. I play a pirate captain named Captain Bully Hayes. Okay, he is a wizard pirate captain named Bully Hayes.
Or he's a pirate pretending to be a wizard.
Oh.
And using his bluff to be like, I'm a wizard. And it's like, you look like a pirate wizard. You have a fucking cart dragged by golems, and you go onto a pirate ship one day. I'm a wizard.
That's why he can't spell.
You loot and pillage.
Because
wizard.
he's a pirate. He's an illiterate pirate with 100 bluff. I'm a wizard.
He's got mad charisma, no intel, so he lies his way through everything. He's just like a pirate.
He's got like he's got a bag of wand of disintegration just in case. He's a jerk. Captain Bully Hayes.
Yo, rogues can use magic device. He's got a bag full of like magical items, so it's like, look, I'm a wizard, I swear. Potions and scrolls and wands. He's blasting. It's like, cast it without those. No.
Imagine he's got like boots of speed. Here, put these on. I'm a god. Like, now you're fast. See? Yeah. Look, he did what I did.
Take this magical cloak.
Worship me. Build a shrine.
I made this.
Give me your gold. Fight those people.
A pirate pretending to be a fucking...
All of you, all 300 of you, swarmed that dude.
Oh man, you know what? I don't know if you've been keeping up with the D&D stream on Friday. A lot of random shits happened. My favorite, most recent instance, we got into some trouble at a bar because Bruiser tried hitting on a bartender and she didn't like it. And then I charisma checked us out of it, and she like loved me, and I was like, "Bitch, swerve! The professor ain't into this.
Bitch, please no.
I have things to do. There's a temple we gotta go clear." But the Minotaurs got pissed. So eventually we had to go back to the bar, and the Minotaur's like, "Yo, what's good?" Right? So he's like, "Here's the deal. I'll leave you all alone, but like that dude," and he points at Bruiser. He's like, "Yo, he's gotta fight me 1v1." And I was like, "Yo, Bruiser, just fucking see him in hands." So they go out in the circle outside to fight, and I was like, "Yo, Charlie, can I use my telepathy to get inside of the Minotaur's head? Because they think I can see within range." And like start speaking in like Old One deep speak, because I'm like a fucking like Cthulhu like warlock, and he can't understand me, and distract him to aid Bruiser. And he was like, "Yeah, sure," and he gets disadvantage on everything. Basically, this Minotaur was so distracted by like this weird deep speak shit happening in his head, while I'm sitting there just like telepathically fucking with him, that Bruiser just beats the fuck out of him, like gets on his back, tears his horn off, and is like, "Good."
"What's good, son?" And
the Minotaur's like, "Yo, I quit. Also, like my homies won't let me go with them. Can I come with you?" And we're like, "All right, come on, Minotaur, let's go."
Does he now have a one-horned Minotaur slave?
Oh no, Rin took what is it? Universal? No, what's it called? It's like whatever the glue is in this. I forgot what the D&D glue is. It's like magical glue, and he glued the horn back on the wrong way. It's so good.
That's excellent.
And then we found some pirate that you guys knew back in the day. I don't know who he is.
I love. Go for it. Just go for it.
I'm just saying, we found a pirate. I don't know who he is, but he was captured by goblins. We found a pirate.
Ay, Dios mío.
Some gorilla something. I don't know.
Real quick.
Sorry. Yeah.
Don't be. Whisper the Great chimes in. My character is angry because the Kraken that killed my crew took my ship and let me live. It's like Assassin's Creed Black Flag where you play as a pirate and stole the assassin's outfit. That is kind of grimy, although, like, instead of Moby Dick and it's a whale and you're Captain Ahab and you're blindly seeking revenge, you were grossly kept alive by a Kraken that sunk your ship and everything you had.
An intelligent Kraken who's like, you live.
Fuck you.
It wasn't a Kraken, it was an Elder God.
John Woo chimes in with, Massive Bry, net idea. Yes. Listen, John Woo Adventures Volume 3. Yeah, coming out in theaters when you mind your damn business.
John Woo also gets a keychain if we get more of them.
John Woo is leading the fight against rabid vegans, Amish astronauts, the grossly incompetent like army of true neutrals that just roam the land and write everything off because I'm a true neutral. It's like you're just a jerk, and you try to like write it off with moral relativism, and you just read a lot of Sam Harris and Emmanuel Kant. You're a punk.
Yeah, the best characters are true neutral.
Like just. So, Whisper the Great, D&D glue, Gorilla Glue. It was me. Whisper the Great is now like Whisper the Great eventually starts fucking with the timeline, and he starts inserting himself into fucking stories, and he's like, hey, what's up, it's it, and he kills fucking Pennywise in the first 100 pages, and then he goes to Bloodsport, just like beats John Wayne, just fucking up intellectual property one after another. He ends up teaming up with like with the fucking Judge Doom from fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Is that his name?
What's this fucking guy's name?
I haven't seen
Judge
Mad Log.
the Judge Christopher Lloyd's character.
I know you're talking about. I just don't remember his
Judge
fucking name.
Dredd, Judge Doom, Judge Fudge.
I can look it
What
up.
is this guy's name?
You might be right. I'll look it up though.
Not Kool-Aiders going, I'm going hard tonight, boys. Not Kool-Aider is gonna fucking get hammered, run through a boulder, vote for fucking public office, and win. Iced tea seltzers, man, he's just gonna fucking start like taking dumps out windows, picking fights with farmers, fucking like cursing out mountains. Watch out, ladies and jerks, it's not Kool-Aider.
Let's see. Let's get you that character name right there. Come on, IMDb, work with me. It is Judge Doom.
Judge Doom, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Didn't know that, but there you go.
And then,
Doom.
And then Whisper the Great is going to make an alliance with Judge Doom, and then everything is fucked. Really, Joe, excuse me. This is, life goes on.
That's fine.
That's just, no one heard that.
Everyone heard it. It's fine.
No one heard
It doesn't matter. I've already said I don't care.
So, what is Judge Doom's challenge rating?
I don't know. I mean, like, the tunes in that, it depends. Are we talking about, like, the tunes in the real world?
Well,
Because they're nigh invulnerable.
You saw what he did with fucking...
They're basically invulnerable except to, like, that goo.
Okay, but he's not invulnerable.
I don't know. It's like... Alright, so...
He's not...
For reference, I had a stupid argument with some people.
Jorge Doom.
Like, I had
George Doom.
I had a stupid argument because someone posted a picture, and it was like all of these fucking crazy characters from media, like comic books and everything, and you had shit like Bugs Bunny on there. And people were like, oh, well, like, Bugs Bunny can do stupid toon shit. Like, he's basically unkillable.
But it's not...
Like, you can't kill them.
No. It's...
You know what I mean? And they can do impossible things. So, like, that's where, like, toons become silly.
No. Judge Doom is not invulnerable, alright?
No, not at all.
But, obviously the goo, alright?
Yeah, that's the only way to kill them.
But...
Apparently.
But I would like to believe that there comes a certain point where even in... Okay, so, take The Thing.
Yeah.
By John Carpenter, alright? So, like, even though this is an intergalactic, horrific evil that we're ill-equipped to deal with, like, hey, fire takes care of this fucking thing.
I mean, I don't know if I want to call it evil, though.
Well, it's
just surviving. It's kind of neutral.
not Kool-Aiders.
It's just trying to survive.
Yours.
It's just trying... Because it's attacking you to survive, it's evil? Even animals are not considered evil.
That's...
It's an animal.
You are awful.
It's an animal. But it's on another planet, and its main defense mechanism is to, like, infect and hide.
That is no animal.
That's like calling a virus evil. They're not evil. That's how they survive.
The creativity in which the thing uses to assimilate it, no, there is malice behind it. It is not of us.
But it only responds when you attack it.
It should only... we cannot coexist with it.
No, of course not. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying it's not evil.
You make it sound like it is activist.
I'm just saying that it's trying to survive.
You want to give it a shot at the American dream?
No, I want to kill it because it doesn't fucking play well with humans, but I'm not going to be like, yo, it's intentionally killing people.
Not cool later chimes in with, I have a book about terrible comic book characters.
Like, I think I had a book like that. I got it sent to me from someone, and it was just a book of, like, the worst, like, comic book heroes and villains. It just, like, things with terrible powers or, like, bad backstories.
Well, if I remember correctly, the Deadpool 2 movie revived a very obscure comic book character for that film, didn't they?
Because, I mean, it depends, because, like, obviously they had, like,
The League of Regrettable Superheroes.
They had, like, Domino, they had, like, I don't know if they revived an old one, like, they had Negasonic Teenage Warhead, which, like, I don't know if that's who you're thinking of.
Maybe.
I don't know if they had anyone useless, though. Like, the most useless character I can think of in comic book movie history is that kid from, I think it was X2, who's sitting in the living room when, like, the fucking, like, Stryker team shows up, and he can just, like, close his eyes, and, like, the TV changes.
I'm ripping you in half.
And, like, we never established if he had another power. Like, can he blink and control technology, or can he blink and change the channel? Because based on what the movie shows us, he can blink and change the channel, and it's the worst power I've ever seen.
But, okay.
And then, like, Stryker's dudes walk in being like, they're fucking dangerous! And it's like, this kid can change the channel.
Get on the ground! Stop resisting!
Meanwhile, the only person in that building who's dangerous is Wolverine, who's like, and now I'm killing you all. He's the only man in that building who's actually, like, lethal.
Well, it's...
Even Colossus in that movie just shows up to eat bullets and is like... and then, like, leaves.
It does... Okay. It is... I'm not trying to entertain such an open-ended question, but if the kid can change the channel... Now, number one. That would be...
It'd be a stupid power.
No. That would be...
Also, is it controllable? Like, do you blink and it just changes? Do you blink and it opens a new tab?
When he blinks, is he deliberately choosing something like, now we're going to watch the news in Chile? Like, is he doing this on purpose?
But that was the most useless I could think of.
But if he can do this, I'm just...
Yeah, go ahead.
Right? If he can do this on a TV sitting in the living room, can he do it in front of a monitor somewhere in, like, DARPA?
Yeah, probably.
So, as buns as this fucking superpower is on paper...
It has very limited practical use, but someone could make use of it.
But in the hands of something like DARPA...
Yeah.
Or, like, remember...
It depends on the limit. Like, can he only change it to, like, the things that are on the fucking, like, service he's paying for? Or can he tune into anything in the fucking galaxy? Like, yeah,
if
it
it's
can get wild.
If it's on a terminal, or if it's, imagine, it's like fucking War Games, and it's like, oh, you want to play fucking tic-tac-toe and Warheads, and he just changes his channel.
Like, just starts blinking.
That's it. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, it could
Give me the nukes.
That's what I think of. Also, to be fair, maybe this is an unpopular opinion, but, like, Angel from the X-Men franchise, that is such a useless ability.
Yeah.
Wings? Not even, like, Dragon Ball Z style flight where you can just fly. If I fucking put a hole in your wings with, like, a fucking, like, weapon, you're gonna, wings? That's your mutant power?
You could take down Angel with a crossbow.
If I capture you and just start pulling your feathers out, are you useless?
Didn't he have projectiles?
I think when he became, like,
Archangel?
Apocalypse, like, dude.
Archangel.
Yeah, because that's when Apocalypse gave him, like, sick metal wings.
Not Kool-Aid chimes in with time for our daily Bolivian University railing collapse. The channel changing... now, what was his fucking character's name?
He doesn't have a name. He's just, like, in the X2, in that movie, there's a scene where, like, Stryker's dudes swarm the Xavier Mansion.
Right.
And, like, I think it opens, and it's, like, fucking 3 in the morning, and, like, Wolverine's having a beer with, like, I think it's Bobby, like, Iceman, and, like, they're just hanging out in the kitchen, but there's a cut of, like, this kid sitting in front of the TV, and, like, something's playing, and he blinks and it changes, and he doesn't like it, and he blinks and it changes, and then, like, you hear a noise, and you're like, what was that? Like, the kid looks back, and then it's like, BAM! Everyone get on the ground! And then Wolverine's like, not in my house, and starts fucking, like, murdering people. Because that was the best they could do.
Stop resisting!
But, like, I just remember seeing that in theaters and being like, Did y'all really decide? You could have just left that scene out. You've just told me that there was... Because think about the Xavier Mansion, right? It's supposed to be like... Sure, it's a school for, like, gifted kids. But normally they get there because they have, like, the inability to control their power. Like, something dangerous happens. What the fuck did that kid do to end up at the Xavier Mansion? Like, dad's trying to watch the game, and the kid's, like, 5 years old and walking around normally, and every time he blinks, the channel changes, and dad's like, I'm not dealing with this shit. I can't handle this. Like, what the fuck brought him to Xavier's Mansion?
11 years later, that kid is in Xavier's Mansion.
Like, because dad couldn't watch football on Sunday.
Excuse me, I want to see what the stock market in the Easter Islands are looking like. Blink.
Yeah. Fuck! Like, Jean Grey ends up there because she can kill people. Cyclops can blast someone into oblivion. Like,
although
they come with tragic backstories most of the time. But, like, this kid? Who sourced him out? Or did the parents be like, I don't want... Because, like, either someone drops you off and is like, teach him. Or you do something and Xavier's like, I'm Charles Xavier. I'm here because your child's a menace.
Not to be... No.
It's true.
Okay, so when did X2 come out?
I don't fucking remember. The X-Men movies were like the original superhero movies, for us anyway. Like,
right.
They were older, shitty movies.
It was so X2 came out when? 2002?
I can find out. I don't remember the dates of these things.
No. Just for the sake of this fucking Blinky McBlink, this is important. All right.
Sure. I don't know why the date matters, but go for it.
No. I'm curious as to see what the internet was like when that happened.
2003?
2000. Okay, I was off by 1 year. All right.
Yeah.
So, picture the internet at 2003.
Okay, I'll try.
Now this was a land before time, before YouTube was in 2006, and watching videos on the internet before YouTube was a tricky ordeal.
Yeah.
But you could, like, do it if you... Like, some websites had not ways around it, but they were, like, crude and inefficient.
Sure.
And usually just single SWF files or .avi files, like if you open... And because eventually even fucking Internet Explorer got new tabs. It started with Netscape, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, so it's 2003. So imagine you got fucking Blinky McJerkface in this living room sofa, and like you put him in front of a computer that's hooked up to the internet, and he blinks. What happens? It just something's gonna happen.
I was gonna say he opens a new tab.
You don't know that?
It's like, from what I gathered, because the kid's blinking and being like, no. It's not like he's blinking to something he wants to watch. That would be like he blinks once, it's on something he wants to watch, and he's good. It's almost like he's just like random new channel. You know what I mean? So like, what's the equivalent on the computer? New tab to something. But on a computer, you can't hit new tab, and it just opens up something. You just get an empty tab.
But it's not new tab and random.
Yeah, but like, I don't have a random button on my browser.
Touche.
I can go on like Wikipedia and be like random article, but I can't go on Google and be like open a new random tab. I'm sure there's a fucking like add-on for it.
Yeah.
But like I personally don't have the option naturally to do that. So my power was to like to change a channel. Like maybe he can go on the chans and every time he blinks it just goes to a new board. Like maybe, I don't know. The power is not explained.
I could see that working.
He's not a threat to humanity. Why is he in the Xavier Mansion?
He's a threat to himself.
He doesn't need to learn how to control the power, and clearly he already knows how to do it. He's blinking and changing the channel. He's good. Get out.
God forbid that kid blinks and comes across porn. He's fucked for life.
Right? Or maybe not.
We don't...
Maybe he learns a valuable lesson.
What is this? Xavier Child Adventure Season 2? Jimmy and the Porn Computer?
I'm just saying, like, the kid looked like he was like a young adult. If he finds porn, he might be like, I've seen this. But then again, that's 2020 brain, where, like, I think
this is 2003 brain.
I think 8-year-olds have seen porn by now, thanks to the fucking messed up world we live in.
Whisper the Great, the fucking... the bluff jerk pirate, illiterate, with 100 bluff. Maybe he crazy and can't stop scrolling.
Yeah, but, like, either way, the point was janky powers.
I'm a wizard, and he just fucking pulls a wand to disintegration.
And I still can't justify
and turns the mayor into jelly.
I still can't justify him being at Xavier's Mansion unless some douchebag was like, yo, I want to watch football on Sunday, and my kid keeps fucking blinking. And it's like, what does that mean? He changes the channel. Are you seriously giving your kid to the Xavier Institute because he changes the channel?
I like how you gave it up to football, and it wasn't like some prick alcoholic, off-track betting dad.
I don't know,
That
maybe.
wasn't for like baseball
The first
or
thing
basketball.
the first thing I thought
Football.
of, well,
Football.
the only thing in my life I can think of someone being mad when you change the channel is either like there's an important news thing going on, which like when there's important news, like we're talking about like 9/11 just happened, you're not changing the channel.
Right.
So unless it was like 9/11 and this kid's powers manifested, and they were like, my brother's in there! And the kid was like, blink, whoops, blink, whoops, blink, whoops, and they're like, get him out! That's a one-time occurrence, though. You get over that. Every Sunday? Every goddamn Sunday? Someone could get tight. I wouldn't.
That's alright.
I'm trying to justify him being in Xavier's mansion. Because Xavier didn't go looking for him. You know what I mean? Xavier went looking for Jean Grey because she's dangerous.
You don't know that.
Right, but how is he dangerous?
What? First of all, how do you even know Xavier came looking for him?
That's what I'm saying.
Little fucking Blinky
I don't think
Billy.
he did. I think his family like dropped him on the doorstep and was like, "We heard you help people with powers," and they're like, "Yeah." Well, maybe you know what? Flip side, maybe they were like, "Oh shit, our boy's got some like mutant power, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, maybe he could be one of those X-Men." And they really, really thought his power was going to mature into something cool and like useful. But he changes the channel when he blinks, and Xavier was like, alright, we'll see. I'm not going to say no, he is a mutant, and like Xavier's very open arms, like, yo, it doesn't matter what your power is, come on, get inside.
Right.
We let Jubilee in, it's okay, come on. Like, come on, just get inside.
So,
but like, I don't know.
Whisper the Great chimes in with, I mean, isn't that the 2021 equivalent to scrolling Twitter? Hey, try the veal, folks. The Whisper the Great is here all week. He's all like, try your waitress, tip the veal, how you doing?
I think the equivalent would be when you blink on Twitter, like, imagine
Whisper
you're
the
scrolling,
Great.
and it just jumps. To like, it just jumps like 4 scrolls down, and you've missed a chunk. Or you're on a fucking Twitter page of someone you've never even, like, looked at or followed, but, like, you can't get where you want to go, because every time you blink, you're just on another fucking page.
Well, it's because other people's likes and retweets and comments and replies to things.
You just end up somewhere else.
It's like, why are you arguing with this person? So, Whisper the Great chimes in, maybe he was an orphan.
Maybe. That's also an option, too.
That is, we need to figure this one out.
No, we don't. We can just let this die on the roadside.
Grinched him.
Maybe, yeah, it could have grinched him.
Swiping Tinder. Carp 5G chimes in, odd one out, institutionalized media browsers. I bet you Carb 5G remembers a day and age where you had to pick optimal setting on your browser, the time before tabs. I bet you Carb 5G remembers that. No one, Whisper the Great, no one ever finds what they want on Tinder. Now hang on.
Depends. Are you looking to smash fatties? Because you can find plenty of fatties to smash on Tinder.
Yar!
Tinder is a fucking breeding ground for
throwing harpoons outside curves.
Yo, if you're all about that harpoon life, hop on Tinder, boys. That's what Tinder's for. Is finding overweight women who just want to smash.
Not cool later chimes in.
I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's what
Slam pig paradise.
Yeah, that's what Tinder's become. It's anyone who's worth their fucking weight. I don't really want to make a pun out of that, but like they're not on Tinder.
Oof. You're not. Listen, but okay. It's obscene that. Listen, you can find what you're looking for on Tinder, but with it comes all of the because to bemoan all of the negative things that online dating has wrought for anyone, it would be remiss to leave out all of the good things, but all of the good things are never as entertaining as like insane one-ended dates.
They're also like few and far apart. I think like if you were looking at it percentage-wise, the stories of like love and romance and genuine like human contact happening on Tinder is probably in like I'm gonna even lowball and be like it's probably less than 5% of like the actual Tinder base. And 95% can be broken down into like meaningless time wasted, or like empty relationships.
Well, you're not wrong, which is why I'm not.
Yeah.
Now, Whisper the Great chimes in with, I like to date in and around my weight class or much lower, as you should.
You should always date lower.
John Wound is all, Tinder is just fucking sad.
It is sad. It is very sad.
I might have to put that on a fucking bumper sticker.
Yeah.
Whisper the Great subscribed. Gracias. Oh shit, Whisper the Great is now going to be picking fights with people in like Serbia, Bolivia. I don't know why, but he's just like messing with everyone in Argentina. Watch out, it's Whisper the Great.
This man's throwing money at us.
He's throwing hands in third world countries, and I don't know why. He's just, what's his deal?
We appreciate that very much.
John Woo is all just depressing to see people's awful baggage and awful personalities.
Yo, isn't that shit weird? That, like, for some reason their profiles come with the baggage? I mean, I guess, like, thanks for the transparency at the end of the day. I'm off of that shit. Like, I'm done with it for now. We'll see if I ever end up back on like, online dating. I've thrown it all away.
No, I've had to delete it because it didn't...
I'm over it. I did my research and I hated
it. Listen, I had a lot of fun browsing and making screenshots of tee-hee, ha-ha, and, like, DMing women going, go gentrify someone else's city, you hag. It gets tired after a while. It's not... Whisper the Great chimes in, as if I haven't been already. Like, Whisper the Great, for all we know, is, like, phone posting from fucking Sudan, and he's just, like, fist-fighting people near the airport because he's like, I want to buy an AK, and he's trying to say it in their crazy fucking whatever Sudanese dialect of whatever, and he studied the wrong one, and it wasn't his fault, because he probably learned from some fucking Rhodesian mercenary, because those are the circles he fucking runs in, and, like, but he's an illiterate fucking, like, pirate, and he said, I'm a wizard. This guy.
I am a wizard. No, you're not. Bluff. Yes, I am. Yes, he is.
Not Kool-Aider asks, North or South Sudan? No, he's in South Sudan. Where the action is.
I wouldn't know. That's on you.
Whisper the Great. Still in love with my ex. Lol. I like Harlot. I like Lamp. I like Harlot. Listen, to see the never-ending bizarre parade of, like, archetypes of, like, okay, like, you're a second-rate art hoe and you believe in all of these politics, swipe left, and, like, you're attractive on the outside, but, like, on the inside, I'm all that experiences, look at me dressed to the nines eating somewhere like fucking Cuba, and it's like, that is gross, because, like, less than a mile away is things like Nike Town next to crumbling, like, a building that had, like, with No Habla con Turistas written on it, just people living below the poverty line, and it's like, I dressed up here, I'm eating, look at me. It's me.
Well, travel is one of the ones that always gets me, like, teeth grinding. It's not a personality trait, it's a thing you do.
It is. It's bizarre, because the need to document it is the underlying, and I know this is like a cold and sterile take, alright, but the need to document it is the underlying mechanism that isn't just with travel. I mean, it very much has to do with travel, but just hear me out.
No,
right? It's kind of like how the need to document it is the underlying cause for, like, take Hamilton.
Okay.
Right? It was more important to hold up the flyer and let people know that you were a good person and saw Hamilton than it was for being able to be like, what was it about Hamilton that you liked?
Oh, yeah.
So this kind of acceptance mechanism floats on, and it becomes multi-directional, where, like, then years go down the road, and then you have something like Watchmen on HBO, and then it's like, why is this a good show? You're a bad person for asking that question.
Yeah.
It's that same dynamic, but now, like, it turned inward and outward, like, just as a defense mechanism, as opposed to, like, you know, hey, I saw it, I'm a good person.
I just don't understand the obsession with travel in general. Like, I hate traveling. I don't think it's like, the ends of it, like, and I don't travel often. I only recently, thanks to a virus which shut the world down and then was like, yo, by the way, you can still drive places. And I live in the U.S. where it's like, from where I am, I can drive to, like, a dozen places.
Right.
So being able to drive out and go see shit's been dope. But, like, the aspect of traveling sucks. Dealing with people from, like, a town you're not used to sucks. Having to, like, behave in a manner that you're not accustomed to because you're somewhere else,
that sucks.
It sucks. But, like, alright, the food's pretty good. And, like, at least from, like, going to places that aren't New York, like, yo, shit's mad cheap over there. That's, like, the best parts of it, is, like, good food and cheap stuff. Like, I got some really nice, higher-end clothing and shoes while I was away for, like, dirt cheap.
Merca, that's why.
Yeah. No, it's also just, like, New York sucks.
Not Kool-Aid chimes into the state enforced homosexuality. Whisper the Great chimes in with, people that love traveling have a bad home life. or hate their family. Fake people who don't care about putting on faces. That's why. There is a very okay. So so putting their faces on it, which is again sucked into this horrific vampire squid grabbing at everything. The need to document it. You see, because when a dude there's a meme of this. A guy takes a picture of something and it's the thing, and a woman takes a picture and it's her.
Yeah,
but
it's
her
her in the way.
Right.
That, yeah.
So I have seen more wonders of the ancient world, and more third world beaches, and more just historical places in my life than the dating profiles of women standing in front of them in some manner.
Yeah. It's like a flex for them.
And I love National Geographic. I like history. But I don't seek out a montage of oh, you're a better person because here's me at Machu Picchu, and the next picture, here's me eating ceviche, you're uncultured. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
It's no. You don't get to play that game with me, you cunt. Go back to the UK. And you got all stripes and all sorts of them, and they're all one of 8 different
I mean, I also think we're kind of jaded because living here in this city specifically, we have access to everything here culturally.
So many of these and Instagram turns into fucking R9K for women between 25 and 45.
Yeah.
And they're just these pretend to be passionate creatures that go for so long without ever being told to shut the fuck up.
Yep.
It's fantastic. So, Not Cool Later chimes in with how many terrible whores talk about loving to travel on Haynes' Tinder profile Twitter game. I would say 3 out of 5. That's how terrible they are.
It's pretty consistent, yeah.
Whisper, if you really need to know. Whisper the Great is the more places you go, the more collective you can claim. More collectives you can claim. Oof. Because people are approaching it like they're collecting Pokemon, but they're just, I experienced it and they didn't know. And even the backpackers kind of scare me because why do you want to backpack through a foreign country where you could be human trafficked in 6 steps or less? Mm-hmm. What do you do? What do you know?
I mean, I like the Pokemon references because if a bitch was I've been to these fucking 16 different countries, I'd be congratulations. How do you have the money for that? But if a bitch was yo, check out my full Pokedex in a game, I'd be alright.
You know what always irked me? The people who can, if they have immediate reference, and if they could tell you the exact number of countries they've been to,
yeah,
out the gate, 9 times out of 10 those people, 9 times out of 10 those people cannot tell you 3 things about each one. Just be oh, you've been to 17 countries.
Tell me one thing about all those countries.
Tell me 3 things about each of those countries.
I would lowball them with a 1. Tell me one thing of relevance about that country that isn't common knowledge.
Ooh.
No common knowledge. No what their flag looks like or their I don't know. Every country has
you're gonna make them work for it. Okay.
No common shit. I don't know that either. But I'm also not a well-traveled person, and nor do I care.
Right.
But I've been to this country. Yeah. What was that country's biggest national disaster? Or what's their high score for mass shooting?
Oh, what did they do in the Cold War?
Yeah. Who are their allies?
Oh, Whisper the Great goes, they speak German. Probably in Argentina. Buenos noches, mein Führer.
Yeah, that kind of shit. No.
High score, I'm fucking dead. Attaboy, Whisper.
I'm just because I imagine most of them know the cuisine, but
for that you gotta go to Colombia.
Knowing the cuisine of a place is not knowing the place.
No, really, Whisper, for that you gotta go to Colombia in Latin America. That is before whatever. I mean, Brazil is the Russian. Okay, if Latin America is to Europe as Brazil is to Russia, I have no other way to put it. Brazil is like the Russia of Latin America. It's just this lawless, churning out different human being, different culture. What the fucking Portuguese sounds like if Spanish and French had a baby and peed on it. It's just these. What the fuck is going on in that country? And yet, they're among some of the best fighters in the world. You
know what I would take though from a traveler? If they were I've been to X country, I'd be yeah, alright, well tell me where you stayed. Don't tell me a thing about the place, tell me where you stayed. Right. Because that's the difference of someone being oh, I went and visited New York.
Portugal gave us fucking Brazil gave us Sepultura, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah.
Shit, but it is such a weird, bizarre out there, but in regards to fucking Whisper the Great, all they speak German. Listen, there is a small section of Brazil, in southern Brazil, where it is mostly people of German heritage, which is why you get like supermodels like Giselle Bundchen or whatever the fuck her name is, that blonde like chick on fucking Victoria's Secret, and she's just Brazilian because she's of like Brazilian German heritage. The point is, they speak German. That can count for more than one language, Whisper. So not one language, one country. Excuse me. So you're gonna have to specify.
Well, I was gonna say, if
they
like,
speak German.
If someone's like, oh,
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
If someone's like, yo, I visited New York, right? Mm-hmm. As a New Yorker, if I was like, but where did you stay? Like, because you visited the city, you didn't come to New York and visit upstate.
You didn't go to Yonkers.
Yeah.
You didn't go to Arthur Avenue.
You came to the city, unless you were coming to see like Niagara Falls from the south side. That's the only other thing in New York that you would go like upstate for, is to see the falls from over here.
Right.
From the bottom. But like, all right, you came to the city. Yeah, where'd you stay? If they were like, I stayed in the Bronx, I'd be like, I bet. Like, nah, you came to see New York and you hung out, like, you got a fucking like a room in the Bronx somewhere. You hung out in New York.
You went to McGurtville.
Yeah, versus someone who's like, oh, I visited New York. Where'd you go? I stayed in Manhattan the entire time, so you didn't see New York. You saw Manhattan.
Well, it depends. I mean, okay. Like, I would like to believe...
That's like going to DR and being like, oh, did you see, like, DR? No, I stayed in the resort the whole time, so you didn't see DR.
It's like, I stayed in a 3-room tin shack house in the countryside.
Yeah, there you go.
And I ate the freshest food of my life. And no one spoke English.
Yep.
Like, so, like, if anything happened, good luck.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's... I'm not... Or so I've been told. So...
But, like, you see, like, so, like, I travel a lot. Tell me where you stayed when you visited these places.
Whisper the Great chimes in. I'm learning Portuguese passively. A Gracie family, he says. Because, they changed... Watch early UFC. He just clean sweeps everyone with his BJJ magic. Fucking Royce Gracie. Fun fact. Renzo Gracie, his brother, is a better fighter than him in every way.
Yeah, but the Gracies also turned out to be, like, merchandising assholes.
Yeah.
Where it was like, no, y'all got a good fighting style. And, like, it is valuable to learn. But if somebody gets their hands on you in the right way,
right,
all the grappling in the world does nothing to a man who's pummeling a BJJ fighter. Yeah. So a lot of it was like, no, I like I said, I don't just
you're not wrong.
Jiu-jitsu fighting.
It is a GG no re situation.
But like, there are motherfuckers who can put them in the ground.
Not cool. Later goes, I stayed in Ronkonkoma. Wait,
Ronkonkoma?
There you go. This fucking guy.
My uncle's got a house in Ronkonkoma,
dude. It's a small world after all. Whispers, I was being facetious. When I went to New York City, we stayed at a hotel in New Jersey. That's true. I hard disagree on the take. I mean, if you're fucking Khabib, yeah. Well, this guy. I imagine. No. But that's like comparing apples to oranges. You can't compare old fighters to now because it was different then.
Sure.
And like I get it. I mean, in theory, fucking Fedor Emelianenko could probably beat everyone from the days of yore. Everyone. But when he was around, he beat the best people of his time and of his era at their prime.
Yeah.
And he went 3 years undefeated. He just beat up everybody, and he's probably the best MMA fighter of all time. Yes, there's like Dan Severn, who's beat more than 100 people, and he made grappling a thing in UFC for it. There's Don Fry, who for the longest time had the fastest record knockout, 8 seconds, jab. That's it.
Does someone else have it now?
Yes.
What's the record now? You know,
it's not. But
it's less than 8 seconds though.
I think for the longest time.
Does that mean somebody got one punched?
Yes.
Damn.
Or maybe one knee or elbow.
Yeah, but just like.
But.
And out.
But I think Don Fry and Dan Severn have records in like winning UFC championships. Like every fight was like 2 minutes or less. Yeah. It wasn't this long, drawn out, struggled fight to the death when it was like you just know. To quote you, they scientifically beat their asses. There's a way to go about this.
Well, now there's just a lot of rules. Like the regulations that the UFC have put in place for safety drag things out. You can't just fucking go off on somebody. Like, it's no longer explosive.
So, Whisper goes, everyone in the UFC knows at least a little bit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Khabib is the greatest of all time. IMO. Jorge Masvidal knocked out Ben Askren with a flying knee in 4 seconds. Okay, then that settles that.
There you go. Okay.
And is currently holding the record. No, I did not look it up. Okay, then this is common knowledge. Because if you watch, it's Don Fry versus this like 400-pound Puerto Rican guy. Because he was in Puerto Rico. There's just Don Fry, and he's just like the Puerto Rican guy punches him, and Don Fry is just like, fuck this, and he just goes in with jabs. And one of the jabs just
puts him down. Yeah.
And just, and it is not.
I mean, listen, like the whole like Khabib is the best. Like Khabib is the best right now, and I that man is a monster. But I would love to see Khabib get in the ring back in the day with some of the top fighters when there were no regulations.
But that's because
it'd be a whole different fight.
You know,
he's great. I think he could actually like that man could go toe to toe. You take a guy like McGregor, that man's not going toe to toe with the old fighters with the old rules. He's not.
No, I think
Khabib could probably like see people in hands. He could see Dan Severn and actually like.
Okay,
fight.
So there are certain fighters. Well, one of my favorite. Okay. Now, if they were a fighting game and it consisted of nothing but old timey like cage fighters.
Sure.
My main would be Dan Severn, but my favorite character would be Marco Huas.
Yeah.
The guy who beat Mr. fucking 6'7" Paul Varelans, but he just kept thigh kicking him for 14 minutes. And he just rocked his shit. His story is one of the greatest anything in the history of evers. Okay?
Yeah.
Story time. Alright, ladies and jerks? Now, Marco Huas. Which is funny because Huas is Portuguese for like road or street.
Okay.
He's important later. So, he was 12 years old, and he saw Enter the Dragon, and he was like, that's what I want to do. So he took martial arts, and he was poor as shit, and like, if you were too poor to have a gi, and you couldn't do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you did luta livre, which was like no-gi grappling, which is basically like what the poor kids did. So he trained in that.
Sounds like wrestling.
And then he trained in kickboxing, and he rocked everyone's shit, and he trained, and then he trained in Muay Thai, and he just rocked, and then he kind of developed his own system of fighting. So in like 1989, he goes up against this like mountain of a man named Binduka. And his deal was like, not only is he this like super huge tough lord, but he's fucking amazing at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay.
Right? Gets Binduka to a draw. Evidently, there was either money on this fight or this fight was not supposed to go this way. And because of this, Huas was blacklisted. And he wasn't allowed to compete in like sanctioned, like, you know, in-ring fights.
He went against something, yeah.
Something happened and that just...
mob shit. All these fights are fucking mob-controlled for most
So then, Huas goes, okay. Anytime, anywhere, I'll fight anybody. And no one in Brazil can lay claim that, I started a fight with Marco and I won. He's the king of the streets. That is his name. And he lost count after, in an interview, he was like, oh, it's probably in over 1,000, but I lost count after 200, 300. And he would be like grocery shopping, out on the beach with his wife and kids, dinner with a friend. Hey, we're gonna go see The Mask. Me and my son. How you doing? Doing father things. Oh, you wanna fight? Wait here. It's just walking the dog. Anytime, anywhere. No one can say they beat Marco Huas. So eventually, like, he gets written in, and shows up in UFC 8, I believe? No, UFC 7. Shows up in UFC 7, and what makes him fantastic is that, like, I think his record in, like, international, official, MMA, whatever, by the book, blah, 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 is, like, 8-1 or 8-2. Like, he's got a pretty... But, like, he couldn't, he was blacklisted. He just fought people and trained in a gym and taught people how to rock your shit, and he won UFC. So, the point is, just ruined the first guy he fought. The second guy he fought was this guy named Marco Pardem, I think. This gigantic Belgian dude who was really good at judo. And he got famous, kind of, because, like, some guy had him in a hold. And he was just like, I'm just going to, like, elbow your head. And the guy just 20 seconds later, it's just,
okay.
But imagine like a 6'4" dude who's big and he's really good at judo, and he could throw hands, and evidently elbows and knees too. Okay, that is nothing to shrug at.
No, not at all. Yeah.
All right. So, Marco tries to it's difficult to grapple against this guy. So maybe like 12, 13 minutes into the fight, like eventually, who else gets on top of him? And like I think from behind, and they're grappling on the floor, and this giant Belgian guy like taps out, and Marco kind of has this like disappointed like really, like just and he does like the hand gesture of like hey, get the fuck out of here and walks away because like he was expecting this guy's from a different country where they do it's no. It is not like here.
Yeah.
He's been doing this a long time.
He was also street fighting people, basically.
This is, yes.
Yeah, like,
so then he fights this mountain of a man, and he just kicks his thighs into black and blue, and he cannot stand. And he kind of like, I love how he was like stomping on his feet too. Like everything was fair game. He didn't like just, that was a first.
It was a whole different...
Who the fuck stomps at their feet?
When
That
it was
is so grimy.
When it was allowed, like that kind of stuff. Yeah.
It's so he ends up winning UFC, and like that sort of like I guess cements him into history and yada yada yada. But he would be my favorite character, just because Dan Severn is my personal favorite, really.
Yeah.
Because just I get it, they're better fighters, and Fedora's better, and then there's Bruce Lee, and then there's Khabib. And then the what if, yeah. But like, Severn is just... With grapple only, he did this. Mostly.
Yeah.
Like, he eventually learned how to throw hands.
He was a dude who didn't want to strike, and then ended up striking against his will to win.
And then, like, and by doing so, he wins UFC 5.
Yeah.
Like,
By not wanting... He was like, fuck it, I gotta hit you now.
And then that's...
The man didn't want to throw hands.
And not cool later shine. Wait, excuse me.
You probably have a couple, if anything.
Whisper the Day goes. Whisper the Great goes. John Jones already fights dirty. LMFAL. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna. Is it La Mayonnaise? Do we eat some ruffle
Does it
cakes?
matter?
Do we put on roller skates? He would make it in the caveman days. I think John Jones would probably lead a caveman tribe. It's not difficult to see. I think Tank Abbott would probably lead some sort of ugly confederation of like lunkheads. But like Tank Abbott was the early UFC boss fight. It was so brutish and piggish.
Yeah.
It just John Jones stomps on feet. It's still allowed. Yes. Not cool later chimes in with it's also how Ralph Ciaffretto says whores. I'd like to believe it is. Was.
It's like my coworker.
So these was.
He's fucking was.
So
why do you say it like that? It's like what? Was. It's because he had an Italian granddad that raised him.
Oh, ay.
Did not look like it was gonna come out of his mouth like that, but yeah,
was. He's ay. You know, Dan Severn is one of my personal favorites, partly because he. At a time, just like numbers-wise, really, at a time when today most fighters, I suppose, fight a few times a year.
Yeah.
And back then, when Dan Severn got things going, and he was like, I could do this, like not just in UFC, but like there are other leagues, there are other countries. He's fighting a few times a month.
Oh yeah, no, you got guys nowadays that fight once every
that's
couple of months, once every 4 to 6 months.
And by his own account and by his own words, he said sometimes, like after a fight, you get a pager.
Yeah.
The pager would go off, and they'd be like, "There's a fight, and if you're interested, there's a ticket on a flight to this where this fight's gonna happen."
Well, I mean, that's also how you ended up, like, you have guys nowadays where their record is like, I've got 20-something wins and no losses, and it's like, congratulations, you've got a quarter of what professionals fight in your entire career.
Well, I mean, not to glamorize this, but, you know, this was at a time when, like, Dan Severn fought, like, in UFC 4, got to the finals.
Yeah.
Then he he against his will, he learned to strike, and then he wins UFC 5.
And like and again, there's some guys and gals nowadays that are fantastic fighters, but like I don't think they get put through the ringer nowadays. There's so much, and don't get me wrong, it's for safety reasons. I get why they're babying these fighters, where it's like, you chose a career in combat sports, fucking fight.
However, it is important to note that Dan Severn said in his book and in interviews how, in spite of even being around when there were hardly any rules in cage fighting, which is what became MMA, eventually, like, he got injured more on professional wrestling time than he ever did in cage fighting time by his own account. Which, like, okay, Mr. More Than 100 Wins, I'm gonna have to, like, take your word for this.
Yeah.
Like,
no, but like that's because like the professional wrestling circuits are all like these orchestrated, staged events, and they're designed to be a certain way. Where like in an
it's real to me.
Fuck those people. It's not. It's staged and they know it. And at this point, like if you believe that shit's real, you're lying to yourself.
The South Park episode of Pro Wrestling was really funny though.
It's soap opera with physicality.
It's a Greek. It used to be a Greek tragedy with like fucking Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, but like these actual fighters, like even when you go in the ring with somebody, like you're more cautious because you're aware of what can happen. When you're fucking orchestrating a dance, like someone hits you the wrong way because they landed wrong, or you land wrong in a maneuver that you're not prepared for, you just snap some shit. Versus in a fight where you're like, I'm aware this shit can be snapped. I'm gonna be like cautious about what's happening around me. When you're dancing, it's fucking different. When something slips, you're like, fuck, I got hurt because you fucked up. Like, you knew what you were doing. Why'd you fucking change it?
There were just real quickly though. If we're gonna discuss greatest of all time though.
I mean, like this ain't my field.
No, this fucking Khabib. Fucking
no,
listen.
He's good.
Yeah, yes, he is. But he's great. But the point is, Fedor Emelianenko was a heavyweight. Okay, kind of like how like Mayweather can go eat the peanuts out of everyone's shit because all right, like he's trying to beat that guy who had that one draw, and I think he did.
The Italian dude. I forgot his name. He did beat him though officially.
Right.
Yeah, like he has the record now.
And now, but he's what is he, like a puny weight? What's his item? Not heavyweight.
Well, he Mayweather jumps between the lightweight like and featherweight classes, I think.
NNY Troy goes, you have a mask. Are you a superhero?
No. No, I am not. I'm a guy in a mask.
Hey.
Although I appreciate it.
Hey, NNY Troy, are you here to talk shit?
I hope so, because that's why we're here.
I hope you're here to talk shit.
Yeah, I hope so. But yeah, what the fuck were we just talking about? Oh, Mayweather. Yeah, he floats around like lighter weight classes, right. But he's also playing it safe.
But hear me out. But everyone gives a shit about Marciano because he was the heavyweight and he was undefeated. And I mean, but you know, the point is Mayweather, for all his modern day accolades, yada yada yada, like because more people are gonna remember like Muhammad Ali than fucking Mayweather ever. And even on top of that, like even Mike Tyson is permanently etched in stone.
Yeah. Like
he's already in the culture and he's still alive.
Well, I would argue
like Jesus, that's Mike Tyson Mysteries isn't that bad.
Well, the reason why I even care about those two, and like I'm not into boxing by any means, but like dudes like Muhammad Ali and Tyson, they were entertaining to watch. You can watch all of Mayweather's career and it's boring.
Yeah.
He's not fun to watch fight. He's a great fighter, but he's boring as shit. He dances around and he avoids things. It's like, you know what? This dude's got like +10 to dodge. It's fucking phenomenal.
It's like,
but you're not it's not a fun fight.
It's like watching somebody in like a fighting game tournament use a character in a broken way. That's how.
It's like watching a UFC fight that goes to the decision. Fuck you, hit him.
Well,
get in there.
I wouldn't go that far.
But I don't like how you know how many UFC fights I've watched where I'm like, these people aren't even hitting each other. Like they're trying to sneak in blows and then be like, whoa, why are you trying to swing at me? And it's like, you're in the arena, swing at him,
bro.
Hit him.
Bro, did you just swing at me?
I've watched like so many fights where like the second hands are being thrown, they're like, oh, I'm out. Alright, I'm coming back in. Yeah, why are you swinging at me?
You know,
what are you doing? You're fighting. Fight.
It is
hit each other.
Part part of what makes the appeal of early UFC to me is that like it was in the absence of people who were like, because eventually it became mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
All right. So it eventually became like a disciplined science that was an all-encompassing ordeal, as opposed to like nobodies from random corners of the earth
Getting there and hit.
like plowing through tournaments just like bulldozers.
Nah, it was Fatal Fury at one point.
It pretty much was.
It was Fatal Fury.
Complete.
And it was fun.
Oh my lord.
It was fun when it was Fatal Fury.
Because listen, I'm not saying Tank Abbott was an easy boss fight, but like the people he beat is some of the best and saddest footage at the same time
It's
in the history of anything.
It's entertaining to watch.
Not Cool Later goes, the peak of MMA will always be the sumo wrestler versus Muay Thai fighter. Oh, is that the beginning of UFC 1? Where like, I think it was some fucking French or Belgian guy, and he was like a Thai kickboxer dude, and 10 seconds into the fight, he's up against the cage and he kicks him in the face and his teeth fucking shatter like the spread gun in Contra, and they stop the fight. And like this,
that's a fight. And that's a moment
Yes.
of like, we're done. Like,
Yes.
you saw that? It's done.
Not Cool Later confirms.
I hate
Yes.
when fights get drawn out and like, if you can watch a fight and by the end of it, as a viewer of the fight, even you were like, I can't tell who won. That's a boring fucking fight.
Well,
It's just like, it's not fun
very,
to watch.
very, very, very few fights. Fedor won by decision. Fedor, and again, I would argue, yes, he is the greatest of all time, because listen, pride. This is important in the development of MMA and blah 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 blah. So, Pride was a fighting organization that was more or less the last time old-timey rules existed, but in a ring instead of a cage.
Yeah.
You could still stomp on downed opponents. You can hit them in the back of the head, the side of the head. There were 12 to 6 elbows. It was more or less a civilized, no biting, no eye gouging, no pressure points. Everything else is fair game and it's in a ring. And that was Pride. So there wasn't a lot of room for like gimmick fighters.
Yeah.
Really. So the ones that stood out had specific, I suppose, like styles. The point is, at this period, Fedor shows up, and it's funny because like Dan Severn just had to feed his family. I had mouths to feed, so I became the greatest grappler of all time. That's fucking the story of Dan Severn. All right, so Fedor Emelianenko was married, he had a kid, and he was like, I can't get past, like, I want to be number one in judo. You know, I can't get past third best in Russia. Well, I can't make a career out of this. I could fight for money, though. He's the greatest MMA fighter of all time, and he beat the best in their pride, in their prime. Like all the names you could list, like Crow Cop, Kevin Randleman, Don Fry, fucking everybody, anybody, every single Japanese fighter ever. This is from that era. You could list anybody from that era, and it's like, no, it was fucking Emelianenko beat him. Get the fuck out of here. And it's funny because after like a 3-year period, I think he like lost twice or 3 times in a row, and then he was like, yeah, I'm out. And then like the years later, he comes back, and he's still good. It's just like, I can't hold it against him. Like, he's not as ground intensive as he used to be either.
It's not a sport that you stay in and like try to maintain for a long period of time. That's risky to your body in general. But if you're gonna be that person who's like, I want to be a fighter, that's the career I want. Like, let's not forget this shit has origins in like the old world being like, I'm a soldier. Like, you went and put your life on the line.
Well,
combat sports come from a place where like you were facing death, and now we're doing it for sport.
Right.
So get out there and hurt people.
I love the magnificent and sordid history of not like Street Fighter, but there were such things like, okay, Count Combat is a Japanese guy who ended up in Brazil, and he was a prize fighter, and he was one of the first people to introduce like, oh, like, right, you might be able to do BJJ, but this is like judoka and like all this other Japanese bullshit. For real, like, ladies and jerks watching at home, open up a new tab and type in Count Combat, alright? And you're gonna see the Japanese guy in a bowler hat and a tuxedo. And that guy fought people for money before the 20th century and into the 20th century. And he was part of the Japanese migration to Brazil. That is one of the reasons why Brazil has a large Japanese population. There are also Japanese people in Peru. The prime minister that was in the late 90s was of Japanese extraction, and he resigned by fax. He bounced. His shit got ugly. It is Latin America. What do you want? So.
I don't involve myself in the affairs of foreign countries. This is America. We don't let the government handle that nonsense.
You know, real quickly, I really love the open-ended. Okay, because I used to be a stickler for like name 3, and it doesn't even matter. It's like, where did you go? What did you do? What is the thing? Why do people go to Zurich? I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like, what's name drop? No, get the fuck out of here. So, name one thing that isn't common knowledge, because now, like, the strain and the burden, the onus of it all. Just name one thing.
One thing.
That you couldn't tell me if I looked it up.
Yeah.
That's kind of heavyweight. That's
like, it's not on the fucking Wikipedia of the country you went to visit.
That's...
Or just tell me where you stayed, and show me you didn't stay in a fucking resort the whole time. That's it.
It's... Man.
I think it's a better system for people. I mean, like, I will at least not be judgmental about you being like, I've been to 30 countries. You've been to 30 resorts.
You've been to 30... Not 30, but like going to a 4-star hotel in a major international metropolitan city.
Yeah.
And then going to places in that major international metropolitan city. Like, it could be anything. Like Germany. Oh, here was the Berlin Wall. Here, this is Munich. This is this is France. Here's the Arc de Triomphe. Here's the selfie in front of the Mona Lisa with like 40 other people at any given moment of the day.
Yeah.
The museum is fucking open, the Louvre. Or like, hey, here's me at the canals of France, like 40 feet away from homeless people. Like, always like discreetly out of touch and place. Like, it just... And then, and I tell you, dating profile pictures where, and it's not just like, eventually after a while you're like, oh, like, that can't possibly be a yoga pose on a third world beach on Thailand, because in Cambodia the mountains tend to be shaped this way. Look at this person not even letting you know. Like, I'm not even gonna let you know the name of the city or the beach this was.
Yes, like, I'm just gonna post it.
On vacation.
Clearly not, at home, because my profile says I'm from
even though earlier she let you know, hey, I'm petting drugged up tigers down the road from the drugged up fucking elephants in near Chiang Mai, northern Thailand, name dropping that. Because when you think of Thailand, you think of Bangkok and Chiang Mai. It's gross.
When I think of Thailand, I think of herpes that can be spread via the hands.
Alright. Automod goes, held the message for a reason. Identity. Allow will post it to chat. And Not Coolier goes, the coolest pair of selfies are the ones where you catch a Muslim beheading in the progress. As they say in France, my friend, Allahu Akbar.
Yeah. That's one of those places too. Like, I've always been like, I would love to go and visit France, and now it's like, no, it's basically the Middle East. It's off limits now.
Not Cool Later goes automated again. I said the M word. Oh no, it was MB 2 words. Xtobias123441 goes, want to become famous by followers, primes, and viewers on spam. Bigfollows.spam.spam.
Ban that shit! I can't see the chat. If Whisper's still here, ban that bot.
that I'm surprised. Like, I'm curious. Who actually goes and I will look at this website? How often does that happen?
I don't know. I'm sure it does, though.
Thank you, Whisper. Now,
I don't have access to these things. I guess I can go over here, but like... Oh, wow. Is it really did the word Muslim really get, like, flagged?
I think it was 2 words. Look at... Because 2 words are highlighted.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, I have a... Oh, wait, I have
Apparently.
I have a... Someone type in Christian beheading and see if that gets flagged.
Yeah, do it. That'd be amazing. Because then we can confirm.
Oh, yes, it is. Whispers are the cool-later, it's on you. Automod, held the message for reasons. Identity.
Dang.
Oh. Not Kool-Aider has the strength of 11 Lenny Bruces.
Not Kool-Aider is on 2 watch lists.
Oh no, beheading is fine. I just like you're not allowed. Okay.
I mean, you just said, like, right? Didn't he just type beheading? Try just beheading, right? That worked.
No, it
Or
has.
is it because he's a mod? That's
No,
why.
it is because. Well, no.
I'm saying, like, Whisper saying it.
It's because Twitch.
Oh, look, there you go.
Listen, peaceful beheading.
Peaceful beheading. Wow.
No, it's because Twitch chat is scanning for nouns that are placed before the word beheading. So even like 0.04683 seconds after you hit enter, it's going to be like, oh, this word beheading, what is in front of it? And it could be like what, like Guatemalan, Northern Irish, Tamil, Chinese, evidently Muslim and Christian beheading.
That's
like
nonsense.
Fine. Okay.
What peaceful beheadings are fine.
Okay, wizard beheadings. Type in wizard beheadings.
No, there's no way. It has to be like based on religion, like.
No. I need clerics are not are religious. Then okay. First of all,
Clerical beheadings.
wait. First, wizard okay, good. Not Kool-Aider leading the way.
No, it's got to be like it.
Cleric beheadings. Do we have that?
It's the religious function that's being tagged. Like the bots are.
Wizard beheadings. That's the name of my first album.
Cleric beheadings.
Bard beheadings. Everyone beheadings.
No, it's the religion. Like,
And you know, I bet you Twitch chat is going to be like Ranger beheadings. Fine. Texas Ranger beheadings banned.
maybe. Texan? No, cleric's fine. It's the real world counterparts that behead people.
I really like the ring of wizard beheadings.
It's pretty solid. Yeah,
It's
a good. It's got a nice tone to it.
Okay. I have a request, not Kool-Aider. Can you type in North Korean beheadings?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, put yourself on another list. Go ahead.
Nice. Ooh. Flew under the radar. Okay.
It's just the religions. It's just the religions. And here's the worst part is like, that can actually be just accurate in general.
Amish beheadings.
Well, there you go.
If you really are okay, no. If it's religious,
I don't know if that's gonna pop it though, but we'll see.
are the Amish protected? The Amish can't even fucking access Twitch, so I think we're fine, right?
Well, I mean, like, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Oh.
Nope. Oh, it is religious.
Ooh, that's right. John Woo is all like Baptist beheadings, and that Kool-Aider is all like
So it's
Amish beheadings.
It's not even the word beheading. It's the religious context coming out of it.
Wow. Okay, so it has to be religious. It's not race based.
No. It's not.
So for all we know, it's like Haitian, Guatemalan, German, Belgian, Serbian, Sudanese, Kenyan, Ethiopian, Belarusian, Chechnyan, Argentinian, Ecuadorian beheadings, and like that's fine.
Yeah.
But like once we hit like
Once you start talking about a religious group, and the word beheading pops up,
Haitian beheadings. That's right.
no problem.
You know why? And you know who does that? Dominicans. And you know who does Dominican beheadings? Puerto Ricans, because they're self-loathing and they wish they could be a state, but they'd be the worst state.
It's ridiculous. But hey, look.
Okay.
Twitch has auto ban or auto flag on anything. Like, I kind of wonder if you can talk about anything.
Let's see if it cuts two ways. Atheist beheadings.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see. Come on. Let's see it. Let's see if Twitch chat knows what it's talking about. This is important? Does Twitch chat know what it is talking? You see?
Yeah, it does. Yep.
Wow. John Woo signing up.
I'll allow it.
Man.
I'll allow it.
Now you're. No. I am Spartacus. No. I am Spartacus.
This is my chat. You're allowed to talk about religious beheadings.
No. I'm atheist beheadings. No. I'm atheist beheadings.
That's crazy,
no.
though.
Does Twitch... Okay.
So Twitch has an Autobot. It's because, like, it's not even a bot. It's a flag. Like, I can let it through, and Twitch is, like, okay with it. We haven't... I mean, like, maybe we'll see. Maybe, like, in a couple of days, Twitch will be like, we're taking this stream down. You talked about beheadings for 15 minutes.
Now Kool-Aid like, I'm going to get a door knock from a Fed tomorrow morning.
Yeah, you're on multiple lists now. It's okay.
Yo, watch. John Woo is going to start this, like, crazy campaign of, like, Haitian beheadings so he could win favor of, like, this Guyanese crime family. And then his life is going to be this ridiculous, fucked up 3-act play. And it's going to be like at the end of Casino, where he's just like, hey, I'm still alive and I'm better than how I started. And that's that. Even though it was this, like, rampaging, fucked up opera of time and the rise and fall of crime empires. And the last time fucking, like, street animals were given the hands and the keys to something so efficient and official. And, like, listen.
I mean, to be fair, not Kool-Aider, I'm definitely on multiple lists, for many reasons. So just the fact that you're watching a stream from my IP address probably gets you listed.
You know what? This is a conversation not a lot of people want to have, but Goodfellas, of course, is a better movie. Casino tells a better story.
Okay.
Like,
I think they're both pretty good in their own right. I think Goodfellas goes down...
no, because
for performances as well.
Well, just because by virtue of, it's like a 2.5-hour trailer. It's unbeatable. They teach it in film class. That's how, and for good reason, right? But Casino, I'd argue, it tells a better story, and I like not just the point is Casino tells a better story, okay, and John Woo, after putting in time for these Guyanese animals, is John Woo going to try to fucking marry into this Guyanese crime family? I don't know. It's just this 3-act play of just fucking angrily taking over northern Florida because John Woo officially declares to these United States that Florida really is kind of strange. The further north you go, the more southern it gets. Florida is its own fucking death continent, as is. Florida is like a miniature Australia. Florida is just there's a lot of occult energy in Florida, kind of like New England. There's also this is.
You keep talking.
Florida is I mean, I might be biased. Parts of Florida are really lovely, but outside of Pollo Tropical, things like I mean, listen. The only way to explain Florida Man is if Florida Man is a Highlander and the film is actually a documentary, right? And like, there's a lot of swamp and awful garbage in Florida too. It is a kind of a humid, horrific, dog eat dog, ugly, just and it's Miami's not going to be there. Neither will the Maldives or Venice 10 years from now. John Woo's all, listen, I can't be blamed for my questioning of Florida. No, I don't blame you. It's just kind of crazy how, like, most people, when they think of Florida, it's like Miami, even though that's like a rare exception of Florida. I mean, like, Miami gets old after like day 6. There are only so many things you could do, and their music fucking sucks. And like, yeah, there's hey beaches and people not getting along. Cubans look down on everyone, and then everyone else is fighting everyone else. Come down to Miami, Lots of dreams are broken on the regular. Set to salsa and bachata and Cuban sandwiches. Come down to Miami. Yeah, it's... Louis Theroux had a BBC documentary on the Florida prison system, and they have a super jail, and it is magnificently fucked the fuck up.
You want more drink, or are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
It is some of the best perplexed British men in American prison system footage you have never seen. But I digress. Tampa is Miami light. Well, I've never been to Tampa. Jacksonville is kind of dirt McGirt. You know, there's a lot of swampland in Florida. We're not supposed to be poking around, is all I'm saying. John Woo goes, I heard about the fucked up shit they do in prisons on Twitter. Well, if and when you have an opportunity, John Woo, Louis Theroux, and there's an X at the end of his name. YouTube will correct you. Don't worry, I assure you. That evil, awful autocorrect thing on the bar that you type into the clickety-clack.
It's helpful sometimes.
So, Louis Theroux, Louis space Theroux, T-H-E-R, blah, 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 blah. There's an X at the end of it. So, just type in Florida Super Jail. And it's kind of harrowing, really. It's just, Jesus Christ. He used to do Weird Weekends, and it was awesome. I mean, he's still awesome. It's just like the Weird Weekends were kind of neat. Like, he spent the weekend with some white supremacists. Hey, I'm Louis Theroux, BBC. Upbeat jazz production music, even though it's like...
Has there been a cancel thing for him yet?
And then, no.
Interesting.
And then he spent the weekend with the black nationalists. And even before 9/11, they were all like, you know, yeah, like, you know, by the year 2000, like, you know, after the year 2000, the white man's going to be enslaved. And it's just like, he just standing there waiting to meet their, you know, their higher ups, and then the higher ups are all like, they give him a lesson on the everyone was black shtick.
Yeah.
And they're holding up, and they're like, the Vikings were black, and Cleopatra was black, and this was before 9/11. This predates quite a few things. In fact, Mary Lefkowitz wrote a book called Out of Africa, where, not Out of Africa, the teaching of history, where even there were claims that, like, Socrates was black, and no, he very wasn't. So this predates...
You don't know that!
So this predates a lot of things.
You don't know what Socrates was. Socrates could have been black. You weren't there.
Not all Socrates.
Yeah. L. Ron Hubbard was a black man.
L. Ron Hubbard was a light-skinned mulatto.
You got a lighter somewhere around you? Sir?
Sir.
Okay. Sir? Gotta love those super mega boys.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that,
El Ron Oya Bimbe. Hell yeah, dude. He gets it. He gets it. Turn that poop into wine.
Yes. Uh-oh, not Kool-Aid's gonna be here to narc on Monoxus.
For what?
Because he can and he will.
For my marijuana cigarette? That you can't confirm?
Come on, not Kool-Aid.
And I'll deny forever?
Not Kool-Aid is gonna accidentally get you a sponsorship by Camel Cigarettes.
Maybe. It's possible.
There you go. He's all like weed ciggy.
They're actually cigarettes that I dip into liquid LSD, and I let the LSD dry up.
There's gonna be footage of you at a processing plant somewhere, like outside of Virginia, where they're gonna be like packing the tobacco and they're filtering like 20 cigarettes into a conveyor belt per pack, you know, and you just snatch one and you light it up and you're on stream, and not Kool-Aid is gonna be like weed ciggy.
Yeah. I do. They're LSD cigarettes. It's not weed. I don't smoke weed. I don't do drugs.
John Wall, don't narc. Come on. Nah, he's cool. He's busting balls.
That's the whole point of the streams, is to bust balls.
Just clean my bong, actually. Ooh, John Woo is gonna fight the bong master. And then he's gonna go toe to toe with the bong lord. And then he's just gonna claw his way up the fucking competition.
By the way, on the record, I don't do drugs.
Now later goes, I only buy tobacco from Mexicans pretending to be Native Americans.
It's a good way to get your cigarettes cheap.
Can I trouble you for some water? Gracias.
Over to the filter.
So, ladies and jerks, thank you for coming on down. We would like to know, like, holy shit, if there were one people you'd like to see beheaded, because, like, listen, it's a religious thing, so you got to keep religion out of it, all right? So Twitch doesn't want you to fucking angrily talk about
I'm
religions.
sorry, are you transitioning into a beheading stream? Like, who do you want to see beheaded in Minecraft?
Who would you like to see beheaded in Minecraft? I mean, like what? Like Hungarians, Trinidadians, like Serbians, Czechoslovakians? Do you want to see people from Honduras? Perhaps Costa Rica? No one ever brings up Costa Rica unless you're some sort of like coke trafficking, human trafficking, making money off of prostitution scumbag who's like trying to avoid heat from the CIA because you don't want to go in directly through like Colombia.
Yeah, the ones in Minecraft, though.
In Minecraft.
Yeah.
Pedophile beheadings. Oh, that would be, you know,
That's actually a good answer.
like that's and because you see, we could easily like listen. George Carlin has a good bit about like televised executions. The reason for it is because like back in the day there used to be these things called pay-per-views. All right.
I remember pay-per-views.
And that's how you used to see things like UFC or like live events or like wrestling pay-per-views.
Before online streaming tried doing it, and then it was like, yeah, you know what those things always lose to? Piracy.
Right.
And there's still no workaround to piracy.
So, something like, listen,
Shitting.
people like even from hood rats to hardcore bikers to like gopniks in tracksuits squatting in front of a Russian barbershop at 4 in the morning to like men who've made widows of families in La Cosa Nostra understand that like for whatever, like kids are off limits. Like even they understand.
Sure.
Like kids are off limits.
Yeah.
So like that's why like they're left to fend for themselves when they're on the inside. So if they were to croak, you know, and I like to believe that in Minecraft, if you had seats and popcorn, people would show up.
Probably, yeah. That's definitely a solid pick.
Whisper the Great is, I love that Twitch supports pedophile beheadings. Twitch stands on the right side of history.
Twitch has no problem with beheadings as long as they're not religiously based.
Shout-outs to my fellow hood rats, chimes in John Woo. Right now, there are people on the 21st Street train station on the F line bucking into the air because of John Woo. Pass it along.
Yeah. Twitch likes beheadings as long as they're not, you know, God-related. Or non-God related, because atheism got fucking pinged.
Which makes...
I guess you have to just not believe that the reason why you're beheading somebody is a cosmic force.
No. But But that, so if religion is on the table, then of course politics is on the table, because I bet you would end up having things like Democrat, Republican beheadings. You would probably then why would it stop at religion if it could? Because atheist, that isn't even a fucking religion, and if Twitch chat considers atheism as a religion, that's kind of a weird, silly joke.
The census considers
that shouldn't be
atheism a religion.
So, because if you were to type in like crypt beheadings or blood beheadings, no one would blink an eye.
It's not a faith. It's not a belief system. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that has no tangible.
You could even type in like pimp beheadings or like gun trafficker beheadings. No one would care.
I wonder if Jedi beheadings gets fucking marked.
Jedi beheadings. Ooh.
It's technically a belief, right? That you can put on your census.
John Woo's all blood beheadings. Blood. Jedi beheadings. All right. Okay. So Jedis can be Highlandered. All right.
Yeah,
good.
Cool. Doesn't count. It's not real. So we need like a fake religion up. And that's cool.
Scientologist beheadings.
Ooh. Could call them a fake religion.
We need to know. No, but John Woo, Highlander is a documentary, and that That's the only way to explain Florida, man.
Come on, one of you put Scientology in there. I want to see it. I want to see if Twitch cares. Do it for the meme.
I like how the tags had changed to English and IRL.
Oh, I have no... I mean, like, unless Whisper changed things, I don't know.
Okay, not Kool-Aider stepped up to the plate, and John Woo goes, I don't even know how to spell that, to be honest. I'm wait. Just running up to the front line and saluting, going, sir, I'm too high for this shit.
I mean, to be fair, at least even Twitch acknowledges that Scientology is a made-up thing.
Alright, John Woo, take the flat cannon and go left. Not Kool-Aider, what do you have? Scientology beheading, sir. Good. We're on our way to Clearwater.
That just, that confirms that, Twitch don't care about Scientology, which I'm happy about.
Yet atheists...
At a bare minimum. Well,
Okay.
respect to I guess, an acknowledged belief system of unbelief.
I'm a little perplexed, though, because does Twitch chat... What does Twitch chat consider, like, atheist to be? Like, does it consider it to be a religion?
I think it's more of a communal thing.
It adheres to the religious rule.
Well, I think it's more of just a system of, like, how the bullying mechanics work on these kinds of things. Like, if you were to talk about a religious group and their negative aspects, there could be people in the chat that are offended by it.
So inherently...
And atheists take themselves very fucking seriously.
I would like to believe... No. Don't quote me on this.
Sure.
But I think... Like,
I mean, it's going on the internet, so...
Okay, I'd like to believe. Jesus beheadings is fine, but Muhammad beheadings is not allowed.
We can confirm it.
Not Kool-Aid chimes in with, I think they flagged anything that ISIS was beheading back when they tried to broadcast their shit. Ooh, oh, ISIS.
I just think all these services are they're very careful not to offend people nowadays. That's all it really is.
I like how President not Biden was in office for 3 days, and it's like we're bombing Iraq and Syria again.
Oh yeah, we went right back to it. I don't know if anyone expected something else.
And it was weird.
Because that's what I was at. I was anticipating bombing immediately.
I mean, like, you expect the bemoaning, of course. You expect the oy, 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 and the occasional women posting their L's online that bleeds and manifests into other pieces of, like, socio-political culture in the land. But then you sometimes see, like, blue ticks, and they'll be like, yeah, and this is a good thing, like TLDR, you know? And the replies are all like, yeah, and like, yeah. And it's like, Twitter's getting better every day at presenting this amazing double-handed ordeal, where it's like, everything you see here is true, and like, out of sight, out of mind.
Hyper-reality.
Like, it's, yes, and which is nuts, because some people's livelihoods and careers and public names and faces,
it's gotten out of control. Hyper-reality is its own, like, it's a lifestyle now. What used to be this thing that we looked at and went like, no, people are feigning reality in front of you and being like, believe what you see and read, don't believe what's actually happening. People now live by that. Like, people's entire identities are based on hyper-reality. Like, that's the whole, like, you can present somebody with facts and logic. You can be like, here's an objective truth, and they're like,
these
nope.
Demoralized, awful people.
No, it's not. And it's like, but it's true. Here's how it is. And they're like, no.
So, Not Kool-Aider chimes in. Did you see that totally real story about the second airstrike they called off because they got intel about women and children in the area that only showed up once the administration started getting shit?
Well, of course.
That's
hyper-reality at work.
It's...
You'll believe what you read.
But what...
There are no bombings in Syria.
This is a trite thing to bring up, considering where we've gotten after 4 years of bemoaning this, if not more. But now, like, you're blaming Russia for everything. Because once Hillary Clinton lost the election, someone wrote this in a book. This is, like, on record. This isn't some crazy... This is, like, people in Hillary Clinton's camp were like, we have to blame, like, this on something else.
Yeah.
We can't, because there was too much invested.
Well, they couldn't take the
because
loss.
I don't know if you remember, But remember the polls, even leading up to the
Oh,
2016
the
election?
polls were nonstop in her favor.
And it was the most
There were
ridiculous...
newspapers and magazines that had printed that, like, they had pre-printed the issue with her winning
Madam President,
and
yes.
had to recall them the week after because they were already at stores.
Yes.
Like, there were stores in this neighborhood that had the box with the Madam President prints of things.
It was insidious and sinister.
It was such a sure thing that they didn't even think it was possible that it wouldn't happen.
So they had to blame something.
Yeah.
Right? Now,
And it couldn't have been people here. No way in hell people here would ever go against the establishment.
but what made this obscene is how, like, all right, now Russia kind of helps build into this weird old leftover of the Cold War, which, like, now we're reminded that some of these assholes didn't die, and, like, the Democrats answer to them.
I mean, Putin is the perfect candidate for a Cold War Part 2.
It is right. Yes.
We're going back into a soft war, or we went back into a soft war with Russia, and we're going to probably continue our soft war
You know,
for as long as someone who leans left is in office.
Masked bastard Charles Kahn once said that the CIA in internal memos referred to the Cold War as World War III.
Yeah.
And that is, like, even just it's there. So, like, it's there on paper.
Yeah.
Well, you can't argue this thing. It's right. It's on record. So in this book, you can Google this in like 14 seconds. All right. So you have to blame somebody. So they blamed Russia, and this spiraled out of control. Which I believe, like, in hindsight, maybe this is me. I could be wrong. But in hindsight, this turned into this, like, insane blowback that they sort of, like, wrote out.
Yeah.
That they kind of hijacked them, you know. Because then you had people, like, you see, because, like, this went from neocons needing to be in Iraq and, like, fuck whatever happened in Afghanistan. I love how in the 2000s there was this period where just no one talked about Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh yeah, there's going to be a presidential election in 2008. And then just, oh yeah, Afghanistan.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Right? Just no one. So.
It's a never-ending not war.
Right.
The Middle East has been getting not bombed since 2002-ish. We're going on the 20-year anniversary of the Middle East not being bombed by the West
It's
and itself.
It's all.
But it's not happening.
So
It hasn't happened.
So then this shift from, like, neocons to, like, I don't want to call them neo-libs, but what else do you call them, where it's like Kamala Harris is like, we have to strike Syria first, and just I don't like why.
Yeah, Syria's the big threat.
I don't even and even
Hold on. Remember a couple of years back when Syria was a big problem because they had refugees and we had to go help and save Syria? And now we have to bomb Syria? What, did we get all the good people out and now we have to bomb what's left over?
I remember it was so okay.
We got all the good ones to go to France and Germany. It's
I'm-
fine. Kill the rest of them.
I remember in, like, 2012, 2013 maybe, even on, like, CNN, they would show footage of Syria and, like, bombings happening that were, like, purported to be, like, you know, Assad is fighting the moderate rebels, and the moderate rebels are, like, pleading and calling for help.
Yeah, but
And
they
this was-
never showed the real violence, though.
And it was insinuated that, like, he gassed civilians.
Except we never saw it.
And, like, he used... but here's the thing, all right? And then he dropped barrel bombs on people, which he did do, but he did it on, like, people who were beheading women and children, and there was nothing they could do, because after 4 weeks of fighting nonstop, it's like they're not stopping.
Yeah.
Just and they're the left. There's just it started as 100. There's 14 left. They're not stopping. Just
Yeah, get rid of them.
just that's so
Oh, no,
so
but yeah, that's...
so they're like so he's on Charlie Rose, and Charlie Rose is like, as if he's held at gunpoint 20 feet away. He's like, I have to keep saying the word barrel bomb over and over again because you dropped a barrel bomb on these people, and how many barrel bombs do you drop? And as if the barrel bombs are the reason why the world is wrong and everything is topsy turvy.
That plays into the whole idea of, like, we have to make you think
And then-
what's happening is worse than it is.
And then Like, because as all this is happening in Syria, the camera pans 20 feet to the right, and it's ISIS.
Yeah.
It's... it's...
But, like, you have to... Because if we told you that the people being bombed, like, imagine if it was like, yo, this villain in the Middle East is murdering people, and then we were like, oh my, and everyone's like, oh my god, we have to do something about this, and it's like, the same people that this villain in the Middle East, that they're murdering, like, yo, we've been dropping bombs on those people for decades. We're killing the same people, and sometimes we catch each other in the crossfire, but like, we're both killing the same people, but when we do it, over here, it's like, thumbs up, you got them. And when they do it, it's like, they're killing people! Like, stop. Stop with this fucking, like, weird gray area war. Like, we're murdering people.
Oh, no, there's nothing... It's there forever.
Oh, yeah, it's not going away. That's war now. We're just permanently stuck in these, like, intellectual wars of, like, let's make each other look worse for doing the same exact fucking thing to each other.
Metal Gear Solid 17.
Yeah, it's never gonna end.
The Czechoslovakian Diaries.
And nobody wants to put boots on the ground anymore. No one wants to fucking strangle each other and, like, stab each other and blow each other away.
You know, it's funny to mention how in other countries, like, I'm not trying to say that they have different standards than we do, but, like, if the CIA is caught in China, like, right then and there they execute them. They don't bring them in for, like, debriefing. They don't... No. Whenever a CIA operative is discovered in China, get got. That's it.
They did it.
That's Gigi no Ri.
Oh yeah, we don't do that here. We marry them and then we try to work them into our government.
I mean, sometimes. Yes. And then they marry the CEO of Facebook.
We try and bring them in, and be like, no, you're a spy. Come on. You want to be a spy for them? Come on, get in here.
You want to be a spy for us? You want to drive for Dianne Feinstein for 30 years?
You were a spy for them. Be a spy for us. Come on. And they're like, I'm totally legit to you guys. And it's like, but that's a spy. For all we know, you're going to turn on us. It's like, I would never. I'm your spy now. And it's like, right, that's a spy saying that they're a spy. And we trust these people. I don't know.
They Chinese, they do joke.
I don't.
They do.
But I also understand that we can let these people masquerade as if
these people.
I mean, spies. These people infiltrating the American government, right? For the most part, because like almost every time this has happened, where it's like we caught a spy, and it's like, what are you covering up? Because like you knew the spy was there, and you let them operate within our government. It was like they didn't catch us off guard. So why are we hearing about it now? Because the U.S. does not admit its like faults. Like even when we fuck up, we don't admit it. We twist it. So if the U.S. government is being like, there's a spy in our midst and we caught them and they're married to this person and they've been involved for 10 years, that means you've been watching them for 10 years and either manipulating what they fucking had or they were fucking double agenting and now something happened that was involved with them.
Or you coerced them into doing something
you're throwing that out to cover up something else. Like, you used them, something went wrong, and it's easier to be like, they were a spy. What did they do? What happened that now we have to out them?
Right.
Because the U.S. would never be like, we had a spy in our midst and we didn't know. Never, ever, ever. We would never admit that kind of thing. When that shit happens, the spies that actually did their job in this country against us, we don't know about them. And if we found out about them, we wouldn't admit it.
We only find out about them when they fuck up. Kind of like, okay, my favorite... but this applies across the board.
Of course.
My favorite example is how every once in a while, John Woo goes, that spy is not one of us. Hey, I saw him call for a medic, but then I think I saw him bump into that medic, John Woo. You're not wrong, this fucking guy. And that scout isn't running as fast as it should either, but that's neither here nor there. So, alright, so after defeating fucking ISIS kind of single-handedly, cut off from the rest of the world, with the kind of the help of Russia, really. How dare he? So then, people who come into office who were supposed to, really, when Hillary Clinton was supposed to win, with everything behind her, and all these polls, and this timeline already prepared. And
yeah, she did win.
And it didn't come to pass. And it kind of fucked everything up for them. And I guess you had to be there. But now, it's it's kind of underwhelming and up in the air because it only took 3 days for like that the unsung heroes of the Middle East that are celebrated across North Africa. These brave fighters who defeated ISIS on their own with Russia's help, all on their own. We gotta bomb them, and we're bombing Iraq too. Just
For good measure. For good measure.
We're gonna have like a reunion tour. One of my favorite tidbits about Middle Eastern history is how we fucked up so horrendously that like in Iran that like we eventually armed Iraq, and that's how Saddam Hussein came into power.
Yep.
And then Iran and Iraq had a 10-year war, and then it was like he wasn't useful anymore. So then the first Iraq thing happened, and it is this.
He was a good figurehead. He did his job.
But here's the crazy thing.
He also gave us an excuse to use him as a villain, even though he was playing like our games.
Here's the part that like irks me though. Him and Gaddafi, all right. Him and Gaddafi were secular, and they weren't really like heavy into like religion.
Yeah.
However, they were absolutely brutal, but they kept the lights on.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, let's be honest here. In places like that, where the general ideology inevitably circles back onto like violence, and like not trusting the outside world because the outside world is the Western world. Like, the only way you can functionally keep that shit running is by partially playing into that ideology.
Look at China.
Yeah, you can't bring Western values and soft violence like police brutality and gulags and shit like that. Like, you can't, or like federal prisons that are privately owned. Like, no, you have to like directly do it. Otherwise, people see you as weak.
Right. On the world stage and at home.
Mostly at home, because I think it's the people who live in those countries. Not everyone, but I think like the Pew Research number said that like a minimum of 30% of people in most Middle Eastern countries believe in like beheadings and stonings.
Yes.
So like 30% of your population is like, if you're not cutting people's heads off and beating them to death, like, I don't support you. And then like another 35-40% just believe in the stonings, which is still pretty fucking brutal.
And then, and beyond that, the rest are like, no, but instead they should be tried before Sharia law court, and whatever they decide, X, Y, and Z. And those are the moderate ones.
If we decide that a beheading is necessary by law.
I mean, let's just hammer this out, and where she needs 4 witnesses and you need 1.
So now imagine someone who's playing ball with like Western governments and trying to modernize their country. They can't not adhere to that kind of behavior. It's the same way that over here, the second a politician is like, I don't want boots on the ground or to go to war, half the country is like, boo! Boo! Go to war and kill people! Boo! You know what I mean? Like, we all have our violent tendencies, and it's part of our culture. It's just different kinds of violent tendencies.
I've probably...
Go ahead, take America's guns away. I fucking dare you to try and take America's guns away. People will lose their minds.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite story arcs, right? So like Iran is the reason Iran turned out the way it did is because now granted, all right, every theory has holes once you like apply it to real life.
Yeah.
Every theory. Okay. So being able to say, before we had our greatest ally in the region, and by the region I mean the Middle East, we never had enemies in the region.
Because we didn't butt our heads in.
But before this, we did, and it was Iran. Now, Kermit Roosevelt and MI6 looked at Iran, and they were like, there's a lot of oil there. They deposed the democratically elected leader, and they installed a Shah. Now, I'm just going to TLDR this really quickly. Wait, not Kool-Aid is all. You guys ever hear of a croque monsieur? I'm probably fucking that up. A croquet monsieur?
Croque monsieur?
Croque monsieur?
I think. I can't see the text, but I'm assuming.
It's probably what he's saying. Probably. Can you confirm not cool later? So.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Oh, so real quickly before I forget, so you know this shift to like from neoconservatives to like neoliberals, like now, like, okay, as the Bush regime went into motion and all of these things happened in America, turn to The Daily Show and to MSNBC for like news and reprieve and for things to make sense.
Yeah. Things to be told to them in the way that they want to hear it, for the most part.
And then Obama won. And then it was even better.
We had hope and change back then.
It was, we had the audacity of hype. Alright?
Hope and change, you pessimist.
So then...
There weren't drone bombings.
So then...
You have no footage of them, they didn't happen.
And then, no one ever brings up that on Obama's very last day, he pardoned dozens upon dozens of felons who were trafficking cocaine. No one ever brings this up.
They were probably his homies. Or his homies.
Hundreds. Not cool later chimes in. No one ever brings this up.
He said dozens and dozens.
There are a lot of things you could criticize and bring up about a lot of presidents, but that's just a really weird, unfounded, what does this have to do with anything sort of... I mean, I'm not equating it to like the 17 and a half minutes of like missing on like the Nixon tapes. Maybe I kind of am, because like why is that even a thing?
I can explain it. I can explain it very simply, and this is just how I have come to terms with it.
Mm-hmm.
The people who blindly supported Obama's movement, mostly leftists, and many who agree with the whole like institutional racism and drug charges thing, right? On his way out, he goes, "I'm pardoning hundreds of felons who are in jail due to drug-based charges." The blind masses who are just in support of like changing drug law and institutional racism and things like that hear that and don't even need to look into it. Barack Obama is pardoning drug criminals? Fine. Doesn't matter what kind of drugs. Doesn't matter what their history was. Doesn't matter like any of the background details.
He's for reform.
He's for what we want. Therefore, if he's doing it, we assume he's doing it the way we want him to do it. And they didn't bat an eye. Now, I'm sure that there are a couple of people in that list that probably aren't actually bad. They were just people who got involved in the drug trade, and they were just...
Says you.
I'm just saying, probably. And I'm not saying all. I'm just saying there's probably a handful of them where it's like, that motherfucker was just selling coke.
Oh, there's bleeding heart liberal over here.
I'm just saying, I got no problem with drugs. I don't understand why they're illegal.
Deal.
Legalize everything. I don't care.
This guy, he's trafficked fucking cocaine. He's not a bad guy. He's an asshole. He's a monster. He's not a bad guy.
Are you bringing drugs into the country? Yes. Do you murder children in the process? Yes. You're bad. I flew the plane that brought the cocaine in. What else? I flew the plane that brought the cocaine in. Let that man out of jail. He flew the plane that brought the cocaine in. Leave him alone.
He was just trying to pay a mortgage.
Like
Put
the
his
guy
kid to
look.
school.
Like I just put like, oh, are you the guy who? So I again, and I'm not even confirming what I'm saying. I'm sure there's a couple on that list.
Right. Okay.
Where they fit the description of like, you were just involved with drugs and don't come from a fucked up like machete to the forehead like because they double crossed you sort of background.
So.
But those people, those ones who are like, I'm with him.
Yes.
He's letting out people who did bad things. I'm sure they're fine. Don't bat an eye.
I'm with him. Because now I'm with her.
Well, I'm with them. It's kind of how they were like, Biden's in office, everything's gonna change, Syria gets bombed, and the people that are under Biden were like, $15 in get the fuck out of here.
But here's the part that like the turning of time, which now hang on, John Woo chimes in.
Go for it.
He was trying to make some money, man. Give him at least a short sentence. Yeah, I respect it. Listen. What if he was John Woo? Perhaps.
That's what I'm saying.
So
we don't.
So, now, Rachel Maddow had been from, because eventually Jon Stewart retired, and then Trevor Noah took his place. And Trevor Noah is like a weird, long, recent tradition of people who come from overseas that have an accent to tell us how to think about like our politics and how to think about the world. It's like current earman.
I think you're talking about the show that's about the week before. Oliver.
Yes. John Oliver.
Yes.
Okay. There's current Earman, Trevor Noah, Australian guy. Jim Jeffries.
I don't know, maybe.
Um,
I don't follow most of these things, to be fair.
Jim
so.
Jeffries, Australian guy. Who the fuck else? Is there anyone else? I think that's it for now. But there is, but Trevor Noah took the Daily Show's place, and of course, like, he's a person of color, so if you look at the Daily Show, you're racist, and it's kind of weak and lazy and underhanded, but whatever. Like, there were better people that could have, even fucking Samantha Bee, like, for all of her fucking political faults, she was actually a really smart, sharp, capable writer, but just, that's not even the fucking point. It's weird how she ended up devolving into, like, Dremel Drimp, tiny hands, pee-pee tape! And everyone just rolled around and just shat the bed and river danced on it.
Because ratings. Because the masses fucking eat that shit up.
So, alright. As all this happens and grows and turns, okay, Rachel Maddow goes from mainstay of MSNBC because eventually, like, Keith Olbermann, like, once Trump came into office, he kind of went off the rails and just blamed everything on Russia to such a degree that, like, the only person left that didn't come off like a lunatic was Rachel Maddow. But Rachel Maddow had become this kind of strange center-left Glenn Beck who has an incredibly large and broad audience that's advocating for things that are factually incorrect. It's really dangerous. And there's no accountability because, like, I remember she accused One American News of being a Russian propaganda outlet, and OAN took him to court and, like, lost.
Yeah.
That's... It is not... there's no...
Well, you have to also keep in mind, like, as far as accountability goes with these fucking, like, these stations, they have so much money from their parent companies, and you tell someone, like, hey, look, you're the jerk sitting in front of the camera on the TV. Say this. And they're like, but I don't say this. Don't worry about it. And then they say it. A zero gets added to their bank account. They said the thing. And then if people come at them, like, the intern is handling the Twitter. And it's like, your job is to fend off the Twitter people, like, spamming you. And, like, they're just sitting back at their home, like, hanging out, reading, and, like, having a drink in the middle of the day. And then, like, they get a fucking letter in the mail. And it's like, here's your script for tonight. And it's like, I don't want to. Zero appears in the bank account. Twitter gets handled by the intern. Lawsuit comes in. Parent company's like, I'm multi-billion dollars in. Go away. And, like, but
say the thing.
Say the thing. Pay off the fucking, like, people suing us. Handle Twitter. Because it doesn't matter if it's true or not. That's irrelevant. What matters is, are people looking at it? Are they believing it? Fantastic. We'll cover you for saying it.
Say the thing.
We'll pay you to shut the fuck up. Don't worry about your social media. We'll hire someone to eat all the fucking hits for you and deal with, like, the psychic corrosion of being harassed for months on end for saying the wrong information.
Say the line, Bart.
And then when the lawsuits and the people proving you wrong come in, we'll just pay them off to shut the fuck up and go away. But you know what? Millions and millions of people saw it and went, that's true. And that's all that matters.
And it's not, it's not a new phenomenon.
No,
like,
not at all.
Because even when internet news was becoming a thing, it was always a problem when, like, a sensational headline would come out.
Yeah.
And it would be wrong.
They have to retract it.
But in spite of a retraction and an editorial correction,
people already saw and believe it.
Thus, all of the ad revenue of this incorrect headline, they're not giving it back.
No, not at all.
They're not. There's nothing contractually obligated to legally blah 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 blah.
The cost of putting out false information is so cheap that it's worth it to be like, wrong information. Oh, we're wrong. And sorry. New information.
We're sorry.
That's also not 100% true. Made the money off of it. Sorry. Here's the truth now. But it's 6 months after the fact and no one cares anymore.
So these people that had went from Gurr, Bush, Iraq, Afghanistan war bad, and 8 years of Obama, and no one talked about white supremacy. Mm-hmm. No one talked about all these injustices that just magically, I like how they speak of white supremacists like they were just people for 8 years, just like standing behind trees waiting for a signal.
Yeah.
And then like 8 years and like a month and a half in, they're like, go, go, go!
Yeah.
And they just like swarmed cities and they're like,
And they were everywhere.
That's how they speak of them.
I know. I'm well aware of it.
It's so.
People were probably spouting shit the entire time Obama was in office, and no one batted an eye. And then Trump was in office, and all of a sudden, like, everyone that says anything listed. You now have like a title of like what kind of bad thing you are.
It's so.
Because that's how they keep themselves comfortable and feel like they have power left.
And you see this perpetuated long enough within this swirling like maelstrom of disinfo, and then before you know it, you have things like multiracial white supremacy, which is you could type that into Google and you will find it used in an article. Someone wrote that.
I mean,
multiracial.
Hold on. To be fair,
white supremacy.
I want to go back to something we talked about way back. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Biden won, and we have not gone back to this. It's been months.
Mm-hmm.
We've had the Biden presidency for a while. We're in March.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when was the last time you heard about the Black Lives Matter movement?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I said as soon as Biden comes in, those first 100 days, like, no one's going to talk about any of this shit. It's just gone. It's as if it never fucking happened. BLM protests are dead in the water.
We're gonna be long overdue though, because eventually, like just statistically speaking,
You don't think someone's been killed by the cops in the meantime?
Vegas odds.
I'm just saying, like, Biden's in office, and I haven't heard anything on the news about any of this.
Vegas odds, and I'm not a gambler, but Vegas odds. In the first 100 days, after the first 100 days of Biden's presidency, of Biden's supremacy, all right, there's like someone's gonna get killed by the cops, and like the riots are very clearly going to get hijacked and astroturfed. Like it's going to be very obvious.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone with half a brainstem could be like, no, wait a second. And it's just going to happen.
Sure.
And it will be like...
All I'm saying is, like, the entire last year of Trump was being, like, bombarded with BLM shit for, like... And mind you, we were in the middle of the pandemic, and it was still, like, taking away from headlines. Like, people dying of a virus got, like, just completely deleted from, like, the consciousness of people, and it was, like, riots and the BLM movement, right?
You know...
And now you hear nothing about it, and all we're talking about on the news is that vaccine. That's it.
What always irked me is how, like, at a BLM protest or riot, like, the virus isn't something you should necessarily be worried about because you're here to protest, like, racial injustice and white supremacy and police brutality and the prison-industrial complex and X, Y, and Z and all these other things, and yes.
Yeah.
However, I might be a little jaded because when we went to go to City Hall, there were, like, there's just people, like, it was a picnic and they were sunbathing and it was just with a book and it was and women twerking at nothing in particular. You saw it. It just like
There was music.
like
They were dancing.
like they were gifts in a fucking Super Nintendo game, and we're walking through the town.
Yeah.
It's just like where the music is.
Very odd.
Twerk 3.gif.
People eating cake
It's
at like a rally. Hanging out eating cake.
so, like it. It was so bizarre.
Yeah.
So, I might be biased because we saw people that saw this as some sort of like vacation excursion, something to do, quote unquote. It is really weird. Like twice on two separate occasions, I remember minding my business and sitting at fucking like the Astoria Park and reading a book. And it was a really nice day. And it was great weather, but it was like fuck your masks, whatever. It was not everyone's wearing a mask, and I've always wondered if one day's gonna be, why are you wearing a mask? I'm like, that guy's not wearing a mask. Why do you give him a hard fucking time?
Spit on them.
I just
Seriously. If someone walks up to you and gets within range and is like, why don't you wear a mask? Just start spitting at them. Like, I'm positive.
Oh, someone's played Dead Rising.
Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, get out of my face. What about 6 feet? Fuck out of here. If I can spit on you, you're too close.
It wasn't until years later I found out there's a smoothie you could drink and you get fire spit. I just thought spitting on people was like a taunt, like in Dead Rising.
Oh, yeah. Those games had a lot of cool shit in them.
It was so good.
We need a proper good zombie game.
That's right, Whisper. So good.
What's chat doing? Anybody saying anything in chat?
Whisper chiming in from 8 dimensions away after doing some crazy smarmy swashbuckler pirate. I'm a wizard. 100 bluff bullshit with his wand of a bag of wand of disintegration.
A bag of wands.
He has a bag, a sack of wand of disintegration. Just beelining it through dungeons, a straight line instead of going through.
I like to
staircases.
Instead of just wands of disintegration, there are mad wands, but they've got like tape on them and it says what they do. Because he doesn't have the knowledge to actually understand them, so he just kind of tests them and then writes like, "Oh, this is the whole person wand," and it's just like, "Which one are you?" He digs through them looking for like his own handwriting of like magic missile, no, fireball, no,
enchant person, no,
yeah,
cloud
no.
kill,
Yeah, no,
prismatic spray, no.
Yeah, it's like which one? Looking for them. Label with like a duct tape label.
Wand of sleep, no.
No, not this one. Mad ones.
It's like wand of gate, no.
Or like little tied-on tags.
And or like a symbol because he can't spell it properly.
Yeah, even that, yeah.
Oh.
Little doodles. What it does.
Or just cold. Like
dangerous
right.
or not dangerous.
Oh, Whisper is a 4-time returning champion on the fucking Family Feud in the 70s. You can't stop him. Alright, so this weird undercurrent of, alright, hate Iraq, hate Bush, Daily Show, MSNBC.
Yeah.
Keith Olbermann, Rachel Maddow. Left-leaning, sensible, almost agreeable, like, hey, Bush, LOL. And what was really sinister was everyone playing the I'm smarter than the president game. Which, that just, so many things happened when Bush was in office that, like, we're living in it now.
Yeah.
And just, it was the I'm smarter than the president.
Yeah, he seemed like a dummy, even though, like, moves were... That's the thing, though. Like, it even happened with Trump, where it's like, people try and play like this whole intellectual game with the president, and it's like, this is not the only person calling shots right now. This person is a team of people who are all working behind the scenes to have things happen, and you're just looking at this person in front who's the fucking like ringmaster who's just like, I'm doing this, I'm doing this,
the public
but like
face of this ordeal.
yeah. And like if they play stupid, oh my god, like playing stupid or playing nice are the best two ways to lead your presidency. Because if you play stupid, no one even thinks you're doing anything serious behind closed doors. And if you play nice, they'll deny it. And that's it.
Fair enough.
Play nice or play stupid as the president, and watch everyone ignore what your team is doing. Either you're too stupid to do something serious, or you're too nice to do anything mean. And it's like, no. Biden was sitting in office, and in a couple of days he started bombing people. He didn't even wait.
Although it is...
And I say he, but like I'm pretty sure someone on his team was like, and then like here, Mr. Biden, you need to sign this. What is this? Oh, it's just a thing with Syria. Yeah, whatever. Syria, we'll go with Syria, right? Yeah, we're good with Syria. Thanks for signing it.
It's I love how it was public knowledge that like, hey, the election. It was so weird how like Russian interference and the foreign meddling and just Snowden's a villain, and then it was like the election totally can't be tampered with.
Yeah.
Fucking conspiracy theorist, and it's like
crazy.
And like, hey, look at all these votes that were not counted.
No,
everywhere.
You don't even have to go into like that stuff.
On fire.
The fact that we went from
at the
our
stomachs
elections,
of hydras.
Our elections are at risk of tampering and meddling, and that's how this happened. And then 4 years later, it's fucking impossible, and how dare you even think that they were tampered with?
Which is such a...
From the same people...
That's the point.
Like,
from the same
Yeah.
people.
There's no way in hell it was tampered with. What about 4 years ago when it was nothing but tampered with?
So you're getting it's strange to hear these people that were so against the war that like.
No, but now that they're doing it, it's fine. That's the fucking double-edged sword of the left.
In a way, yeah.
When we do it, it's okay.
Oh, well, it's the double-edged sword of, like, I don't want to say like anything, but what makes it sad about the
But the thing is that the left, at least here, because I won't talk about it as like it's a generalization, the American left has a big thing of like, this is horrible. Now you're in power. What are you going to do? Exactly what we said was horrible, but it's okay because we're doing it. Where the right will be like, yo, are you bombing people? Yes. Next question. Like, oh, like, yeah, they have, like, I'm not saying they're better. I'm just saying that people on the right tend to, oh, you have no problem people getting murdered in the streets because of reasons? No. Because if the alternative is to take away some kind of civil liberty, take my guns away, how dare you? But people get murdered all the time. I don't give a fuck.
It is like it is a bit bizarre though, just on the basis of all right. So, yes, Putin allowed for insane Cold War 2.0 to unfold, and when Obama was president, like
there was. The thing of it is the Cold War was on pause, and we unpaused it. The Cold War is never going to end until like either Russia or the U.S. doesn't exist. The Cold War is on
forever.
We just take breaks. We put it on pause because we have our own shit to deal with. Like towers got hit, and we were like, chill. We got to go handle this real quick.
And then Russia became a superpower.
Well, yeah. And then meanwhile, Russia doesn't have time to deal with us. They're trying to reclaim the USSR. They've got little fucking countries that think that they're hot shit, and they have to go get them back.
You think you're better than us?
You think you're better than what we were? You're coming back whether you like it or not. Meanwhile, troops on the border, everyone's like, it's fine.
I love that Simpsons bit. Where it's like, well, where like it shows like the United Nations, and it's like the Soviet Union would like to extend the gratitude of the Soviet Union. I thought you guys broke up. That's what we wanted you to think. Yeah. And he hits a button, and it flips from like Russian Federation to Soviet Union, and immediately the flags in Moscow unfurl, and you hear like and you see like troops rolling out with tanks. Mm-hmm. The fucking wall opens back up in Germany, disunited and feels so good with like a welcoming plaque as it springs up from the fucking ground. And Lenin, in his tomb, breaks open, smashes, like, punches forward and breaks out of his like little fucking glass tomb. And he goes, "Must destroy capitalism."
Yeah.
It's never gonna go away, and
one of us has to be destroyed, otherwise it'll never happen. Or we ally. If we get on the same page, it's over.
If I remember correctly, when Obama was in office, Putin had been in charge for the entire time, except for a 2-year term, where Medvedev was this guy who took his place for like 2 terms, even though it was like, oh, and your vice guy is Putin. Okay. And it was just more or less, it was just like his puppet, his stand-in.
Yeah.
So
until he can manipulate laws to get back to power.
Right. As this was unfolding, China exchanged hands from some guy to Xi Jinping, and now China is part of. I'm not saying the reason China is the way it is right now because of him, but more than some of it is because of him.
Yeah, he made a lot of moves. That man's got a vision.
Because you see, like, China's aiming. All right, not cool later. Gotta run, boys. Jobless. Great stream tonight. Buenas noches, not cool later. Have a good night.
Take it easy, dude.
So, what makes it tough though, is how like he's there has been no scalar comparison to like all right, sure, like once upon a time. So like Nixon opened up trade relations with China.
Yeah.
Right. Kind of secretly, and I'm not saying he doomed us all, but no one ever brings up how like in like 1969 in November, Russia called China. I'm gonna do it, man! I'm gonna do it! Yeah. And because he wanted to nuke China, and Nixon's like, no, dude, fucking calm down, man. Just don't. And I wonder if they rub it in China's face every time they see them to this day, like Russia and China, like America. Like, we could have ended this so long ago.
Yeah.
You fucking greasy slopes.
Like, we could have taken care of this. At the same time, though, like we get a lot of our fucking product from them. It worked out in the end.
But we're the only country that could afford to like buy their product en masse like that.
Yeah,
So-
it worked out.
And
We don't need to have slave labor. They will.
What makes but Xi like is yes, like part of his charm though is that like on one hand, yes, the West is allowed to make fun of him to a certain. The West is allowed to make fun of the West making fun of like him. He can't be directly like offended if that makes sense because
Sure.
even in China, all images of like Winnie the Pooh, which is kind of a like okay there, buddy, like that's.
Well, now children can't have Winnie the Pooh dolls. Children. Because of your, like, insecurities about people making fun of you.
That's okay. That now we're stepping into like you this is like you hang out with Hank Scorpio.
He has no sense of humor.
He's
That's the thing. He has no sense of humor.
I wonder if he sees himself as some kind of like Tony Soprano badass among his like peers and constituents.
I mean, to be fair, he probably is. Like, don't front. That man probably can have someone murdered at dinner and no one would even know what happened.
I mean, like, not for what it's worth. The head of Interpol was like a dude from Hong Kong or China or Taiwan or some shit. But the point is, like, he was the head of the Asian division of Interpol. Point is, it was this guy. He was the head of Interpol or the head of some shit of Interpol, but he was like Chinese and.
Did he
like,
get disappeared?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
even
like
the head of this, yeah.
So for as much as we make fun of that son of a bitch, like, no, that man can disappear people, and the world's governments can't do anything about it. They can't even flex on him.
Not even Winnie the Pooh. So.
He's incredibly powerful, and no one bats an eye, and we let them get away with shit. And I think for the most part, it's because not because we have to, because we want to. It's the same way, like, yo, if there were slaves being sold in Europe right now, people would be losing their minds. But because it happens in Africa, no one even thinks twice. Oh, black folks are selling black folks over down in Africa? Shrug.
It's happening in Nigeria as you speak right now.
Shrug. The Chinese have internment camps for people of a certain religious group?
Hey, what do we?
But if we did it,
I wonder.
how dare you?
I wonder if Uyghur beheadings are allowed on Twitch chat.
I don't know. But to be fair, it's allowed in China. And no one even wants to bat an eye at it for the most part. If you ask someone, they'll be like, no, it's horrible, it's horrible. No one's doing anything about it, and it's blatantly happening. But it's China.
But for what it's worth,
So,
like, you know,
it's
yeah,
because they're Chinese. If the Russians were doing it, we'd be losing our minds.
you know, I've always wondered if one of the reasons why it's so like easy to hate on China is partially because because they're white. Like, they're one of the last white countries on earth, so it's really easy to demonize them as some sort of insane,
It depends on who you ask.
and otherworldly other. I mean, what skin do I have in this? Like, I'm Greek and Ecuadorian, so like I'm not. I go to the fucking Hamptons. I get told to go back to whatever fucking garlic-ridden dirt patch my homunculus ancestors learned to walk upright at.
I get the same deal. I'm any of like 2 or 3 different things depending on who you ask.
And I love how to this day you get mistaken for that Spanish guy.
Yeah, it's like not even a little bit. Not even a percentage. No, but yeah, that happens all the time. But again, we have all these differentiations between people, and I mean, like, realistically, like, you can go the white and black like route.
So
Like, that's too generic. and
No,
too
but
upset.
these people who are abnormally hung up on race
Yeah.
can look at a country like Russia and easily demonize them because when they see Russia, they only see white people.
Yeah.
Even though
100%.
there are different ethnic groups in Russia.
Yeah.
And and a lot of them look much different than like when you see Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Kind of like China. There are like 57 different ethnic groups in China, but they're all Han supremacists.
Yep.
Because Xi's all like China #1. And they're all aiming for their 100th anniversary. In 2049, China is hoping to be #1 in the world. They're hoping to hit it, and I hope to God we don't see it in our lifetime. But that is point being. All right.
Right. We very much might.
So, when Obama was in office, a lot of things happened, and like one thing that always astounded me is how, for all of the sudden urge and interest and need to protect the environment, because like, remember when no one gave a shit about the environment when Obama was in office, and then like Trump was in office, and then you had like insane women on OkCupid that were like, I went to the Northern Lights and I saw the melting glaciers, and that's why I don't eat chorizo anymore. Like that's how this happens. John Woo is all, the only thing worse than white supremacy is Han supremacy. That's right. The only thing worse. You know, China's the least diverse country on earth. They're only like they're only 0.7 people living abroad there. I mean, it's like over 1 billion people, but less than 1% of their country, more than half of less than 1%. But still, less than 1% of their country is of people that were not born there.
Interesting. Which is also not surprising.
China is the least diverse country on planet Earth, and they and listen, like so no one gave a shit about the environment, and anyone could have easily nailed China to the wall for the environment. Like, they're the biggest polluters on planet Earth.
Yeah.
Yet, carbon taxes, crying child with fetal alcohol syndrome, Swedish gremlin, Prestor, sympathy card child. So, like, that happens. And now, like, and there was a really weird wave of people who, like, between you and I can't prove it, but I believe it.
And chat.
All right, chat, I can't prove this. Viewers, ladies and jerks at home, I can't prove this, but I believe this. So, as the existential pillars of people's lives continue to erode, if they subscribe to a certain political, like, leaning or perspective or worldview or a number of lens and overlapping things that you'd like to call this, like if you saw Donald Trump winning the presidency of the United States as a bad thing, one of the following things happened. Now, women did this more often than men, but women, as if some attempt to reclaim something that was lost, they abscond something through a personal choice, and that thing becomes like meat, dairy. It's like a really weird reclamation of like, you lost something and now you're giving something up. Not pseudo seeing yourself as some sort of martyr, but kind of.
Sure.
And they're all boring, disgusting people. They're just, then they eat garbage and they season it to trick their body into thinking it's getting what it needs. And they look, I mean, like the ones who could afford it, kind of like, okay, like if you drink, if you just fucking, if you drink, right? If you drink in the top shelf stuff, you could do that shit for years until anyone catches on.
Yeah.
Kind of like with almost any substance.
Yeah. 100%.
However,
if you drink bottom of the barrel, like malt liquor, booze constantly.
Whisper the Great is a number of acronyms. That is, in it of itself is an acronym that he knows of but won't share about. This fucking thieves cantrip. So
Thieves can't.
So, what's loathsome is that the environment ended up becoming this really weird, like, linchpin and cornerstone that not only one can claim to give a shit about, but also have this really weird personal, I don't want to call it like a purification or a rebirth or a reclaiming, but there's an emotional attachment to it.
Yeah.
To where they start to either, of course it affects like who they are and who they spend their time with, because now, like, I mean, even like the carbon cost of making alcohol, and if they're wearing leather, like there are all these small infinite details that
people don't want to hear about that shit. Yeah.
Right, and it's just
you can't tell them that their lifestyle is in their entire livelihood and way of being goes against the protection of the environment. In fact, this is something I think I've mentioned where I'm like, I'm a huge supporter of protecting the environment and saving the planet. The biggest thing we need to do to save this planet is population control, and I'm not talking about by small numbers. If you can't get past your humanitarianism and be like, we need to kill off a lot of the population, the Earth is fucked.
You know, I think, listen, if you don't like the smell of burning meat, then get the fuck off the planet. So I think Cameraman's got a great point. And, like, remember when we tested him and you know, is the antidote made of venom? And, that's a very good question. And you know what? Like, vegans, like, in Minecraft should be up against they're useless eaters. They're, Whisper the Great chimes in, and as a pirate, I am honorary Thieves Guild. As a pirate, like,
presumably, right? Yeah.
Okay.
You'd be welcome in the Thieves Guild, although they'd keep their eye on you.
With your with your silly swashbuckly thieves'
Yeah,
cant.
there's a good chance you would try and run in, grab some shit, and dip the fuck out on
So-
your boat, so they can't trust that you're gonna stick around. But you can come, like, sleep on a mattress or the couch.
So
You can't go in the kitchen.
the Thieves Guild couch.
You can stay in the main offices.
That's where he saves his game.
You're not going anywhere near the fucking, like, treasure room or the false treasure room, which they'll lead you to first.
But what makes this
Save the planet, kill yourself. I get it.
it's orthorexia nervosa, all right? And veganism and vegetarianism is just a fancy way of saying orthorexia nervosa. Like, it is an eating disorder.
Yeah.
It is, and it's somehow glamorized, and it is
Much like being fat.
yes.
It's a disorder that we've turned into because we want to be accepted for our illnesses, the same way that, like, the trans community wants to accept people who have gender dysphoria.
Okay, so
It's okay to have anxiety and depression now.
okay, but let me propose this to you.
Sure.
Okay. The people who are fat accepting and body positive and healthy at any weight and can probably strike oil if they wear high heels and stride across the Texas plains. They, I would argue, have more or less the identical politics of people who are hardcore vegans.
Yeah.
How many hardcore vegans do you know voted for, like, Bush or Romney or McCain?
I don't know any hardcore vegans. I don't. It's hard to hang out with me if you don't eat meat. I go to steakhouses for fun.
Whisper goes, fat people kill the planet by eating too much. Kill all the fatties. In Minecraft.
I mean, I don't understand the whole push for, like, being environmentally friendly while the biggest detriment to the environment is us.
Well,
Like, we are the thing that's killing stuff. There is no way to stop consumption.
okay, no. Let's take Whisper's theory. Can I run something by you?
Go for it.
All right. So, we could do better with what happens whenever we go pee pee poo poo in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because it all just gets flushed into the ocean.
Yeah.
All that pee pee poo poo.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pee pee poo poo.
Sure, that's why, like, motherfuckers are trying to turn pee and poo into food and water.
I mean, we could probably turn it into fuel, like in fucking Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. Like,
You can recycle it into processable material.
But TLDR, we could only do it for so long.
Sure.
Right? Okay. So, to stem this unnecessary march through time, because time waits for no slave, not even pee pee poo poo. So, to buy time, the fat people shouldn't be ejecting as much pee pee poo poo as humanity could be in something not an optimal rate, but isn't it fascinating how we live in a world where more people perhaps are dying of obesity than of starvation?
Yeah, it's a higher death rate.
So, it's a lot of pee pee poo poo.
Yep.
And, I'd like to have this plan a little longer. I mean, then we could do it by ejecting a little bit less pee pee poo poo out there. If we just had a lot, I mean, there are already...
We could do it by having a lot less people. Just saying that.
That would be sweet. If everyone ate meat, it would be easier to make it fuel.
I'm just, like, the biggest problem we have is that the population continues to grow and there's already too much.
Well, here's part of the problem, all right?
And if we don't reverse those numbers, either slowly or quickly, there's nothing you can do. Because no matter what, the production cost to make the things that we like is going to be too much. Too much food. The vehicles that we drive, the buildings that we need destroy land. Even like you said, something like, oh, you drink alcohol, which no one thinks about. The footprint made by creating alcohol is there. Are you gonna stop, like, eating meat? Stop drinking. Stop driving. Stop using your smartphone. Stop taking medications. All of these things come from natural resources.
Yes.
Go live in the fucking woods and hunt for food and see how long you survive, Mr. Purist. Save the environment. If you can find any environment left to live in.
Crunch
A crunchy McGranola.
Have fun. It's not gonna work. We've adjusted too much away from that. The planet is fucked. The best thing we can do is start synthesizing like material. Synthetic meat.
I mean, well,
Find better ways to make air. Find ways to purify water that don't require the planet.
well, not to shill what I believe, but I have a threat on nuclear power, and it is the only way out if we want to get rid of this petrol catastrophe waiting to happen, which is gonna. And listen,
Synthetic everything. People were like, the bees are dying. Make robotic bees.
we probably could.
We could. We can make billions of robotic bees that do the job of bees. Probably more efficiently. Fuck the bees.
Hold on.
But no honey. Fuck the honey.
Whisper chimes in. Let's send 1 million people to Mars. See how it goes. Nano bees. Like, listen. Eventually.
Fuck the bees.
Why don't we have nano dodos then? They're extinct.
What do dodos do though?
Die.
We don't need them. We can already make lab-grown meat. We could stop butchering animals if you would just stop being worried about like lab-grown clone meat.
I really wonder.
But no one wants to let that happen. They're scared. They're playing God. You can't just grow meat. Yes, you can. You can just grow meat. You don't need animals anymore. It's fine.
Oh man.
So now these fucking like ethical vegans have nothing.
Well.
We never killed an animal. We grew that steak in a lab. It was made to be a steak. There's a whole fucking cylinder just growing steak.
You know, I sometimes I would desperately need to hear from the vegan community in defiance of 3D printed meat, because what if you make synthetic meat?
Yeah.
Presumably. Let's just assume, and by assuming I make an ass out of you and me.
Sure.
But say the steak has all the protein of a steak.
It for all intents and purposes,
tastes like a steak.
It's a steak. We'll say. It tastes like a steak. It looks like a steak. It's made of the same genetic material as a steak. It's identical to a steak cut from a cow, except it was not cut from a cow. Like we had a tube, and like in the tube, after a couple of days, there was a fucking steak. Right. And if you were to take the cow that the sample was taken from and cut that cow open and remove that piece of steak, it would look just like the one you grew. How about that? Perfect copy.
So, we willed this steak into existence.
Sure.
And it did not. And it did, okay, like I think to be more, it would be like through sheer tyranny of will, this steak is now in existence.
Yes.
All right.
And we can make more of them.
Okay.
Perfect replicas of this steak.
So the taking of animal life is now not on the table for the reason why vegan animal hardcore hug all the four-legged animal companions. Okay, now that like animals are now not being thrown into like industrial strength office shredding gears,
Yes.
turning them into like and it's like patties and like the tubes of sausages, and they just trucked out across America. That's what that is.
Sure.
All right. So now,
We're saying that's not happening now. Because we're growing our steaks in a lab. Sure.
right. So now that's out of the equation. So like, can they live with themselves? Like, will they even? Because it's like that whole like meat is murder.
Yeah, it's not now. That entire aspect of it has to go away.
That's right.
Now you're choosing not to eat meat purely on dietetics, nutrition. What's your new angle? Mythos?
Mythos.
I'm a vegan because it was once the thing to do.
Dude, that sounds good. Some fucking beef? Yeah, that's right, John Woo. Fucking, listen, John Woo, beef is one of the few, like, alright, like, I've always found it fascinating how, one, like, beef was sort of, like, revered all around the world except for, like, India, right?
Yeah.
Or, okay, India, Pakistan,
Just 'cause,
Bangladesh
like,
used to be called
cows are
Hindustan.
a hard fucking creature to maintain.
Right.
They were expensive for hundreds of years.
Fun fact, shrooms grow on cow doo-doo.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, most of the ones that we take do.
I mean, that's kind of a strange blessing of Mother Nature to give us.
It
but
just so happens that the cow who makes the delicious steak and is very hard to maintain as a creature, as a beast of burden.
Gotta get that milk.
It costs a lot of money to keep them, but they create milk, which,
Leather.
Humans love that shit, yeah. Leather. All that tasty, tasty beef. and their excrement is where we get our mushrooms.
It's
They're a far more useful creature than most farm animals.
So, and they're so fucking difficult to upkeep, and that's why cattle rustling was such a big deal in the Wild West, and it was so gross.
We're also, if I'm not mistaken, in America, we're the first ones where it's like, now we're going ham on cows. We're going mad hard on cows.
Texas is 1/3 steak.
Yeah, like, we went hard. To the point where what used to be a fucking luxury, it was like, nah, motherfuckers in America just eat steak. All day, every day. Because we have mad cows.
Texas
too many cows.
Texas is 1/3 steak. Whisper the Great is chickens are where the money is, going ham on beef. Well, chickens are... Well,
chickens are solid.
But here's the thing.
Because eggs are OP.
Yes. However, chickens are the only, excluding vegetarians, are the only universally agreed upon meat of whatever faith or culture you come from. Other than Hindus, who don't eat beef, chicken, like, is the cornerstone of like that. Like in fact, all religion is like ideally benevolence and chicken.
What about seafood?
Some people aren't allowed to eat seafood, or shellfish as they're called in whatever biblical text. They exist. The denominations that don't eat them, I don't know if Jewish people are allowed to eat seafood. I don't know if Muslims are allowed to eat seafood. I'm pretty sure there are Muslims that are like, oh, you can't listen to music, that's haram. So, like, I'm sure they don't eat seafood as well.
Seafood, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Whispers all, eggs are OP as fuck.
Yeah. Eggs are OP.
And you can store them in one tiny little place. Anywhere there's baking, they use eggs, practically. This is very yeah.
Eggs are huge. They're all over. Eggs are an OP source of food. And chickens just produce them.
Right. They're just...
You have chicken, you give chicken seed and grain, and chicken make egg. And they don't even need a lot of space. Like, they need grazing room, sure, but like, I mean, I always said, like, if I was gonna have farm animals, it's like chicken and goat. Because like, goat's milk is also pretty OP.
That's true. And goats are eternally easier to deal with than a fucking cow.
Than a cow, yeah. Goats are way easier to deal with than cows. Cows are fantastic, hard to maintain. Like a cow, maybe. Like a cow.
It is kind of crazy though how like a goat like requires very little space considering it's a four-legged animal.
Yeah,
and on top of that, like a chicken only really needs anywhere to the effect of like a 3 by 2 by 3 foot like place to move around. Because it's just like, it's a brainless chicken, it doesn't have feelings.
They need
just give him the fucking scraps.
They need the house that they can sleep in for protection, because if they don't feel safe, they freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
And once a day, pop that fucking gate open, let them run around a little bit. Not very good at flying, not going anywhere. Just let them do chicken things, throw seeds at them.
Throw seeds.
You know, call it there, that's it.
Just like overhand, like instead of pocket sand, pocket seed. Cha-cha-cha.
Yeah, just throw seeds at them.
Chickens kill parasites too, so they can clean your farmland. Too fat to fly. It's
yeah.
It's chickens. All right, fine. Like,
What the fuck is going on out there?
I don't. Did something break?
Sounds like something broke out there.
As long as there was no like pipeline bust.
Maybe, I don't know. Might be. I don't know. It's because they're fucking with the plumbing in this building. Like, I don't know if they did the same shit in your spot.
I think it's Puerto Rican maintenance guy.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the maintenance people.
Puerto Rican maintenance guy for .mp3.
We really get maintenance at this fucking hour? I didn't even know they were still working.
Perhaps in the unit above, there was some sort of dramatic escape via a toilet.
Maybe.
And either it's like an alligator baby or like a
someone's trying to flush their gator. And some fucking plumber had to come and be like, yo, we gotta get that shit out.
And it's stuck between both apartments.
Maybe. I don't think so. I think if anything, them fucking with the plumbing is causing problems.
Man, what is up with the people in
This is the upstairs neighbors?
I don't, they seem, I don't know, I know they play the music sometimes and it's like, hey, can you turn it down? It's 3:13.
I gotta bang my fucking, like, I don't understand, yeah. Why are you playing jock jams on a Tuesday at 2 in the afternoon? At max volume.
Jock.
Turn the shit off.
It's and Ave Maria. And you know, just
If you're gonna play shitty music at 2 in the afternoon, make it something I can ignore.
well,
Don't play fucking 90s club
then what?
music.
Okay, what can you ignore?
I don't know. There are certain classical bits that I don't think are fucking good, but if you blasted them at 2 in the afternoon, I wouldn't pay them any mind.
Like the Police or
I don't like. It's not like
classic rock.
there are just things that aren't annoying. Like I could deal with it in the background, but like club music is inherently annoying if you're not at a fucking club.
You can be driving to it.
Right, but
You
like
be exercising.
you're talking about hype music, and you're just playing it for no reason. It's just on. It's 2 in the afternoon. Are you cleaning your house to this? And why is it this loud? I put on music when I clean my room. It's not loud enough that the neighbors are gonna hear it.
This is true.
I need to hear it. Why can't I hear it through the fucking floor?
It's jock jams.
It's just
like,
it's always shitty 90s club music.
are we about to go see like an NHL game in 1994? This song.
It's fucking weird. Who does that?
It's I don't.
The worst part is like because of the placement of this wall, like the apartment building that's next to us, like I have those people on the other side of me. It's and that you can hear their music sometimes. So upstairs you got the 90s club people who play that shit in the middle of the day, and then like through the wall in the other building, you've got these people who play fucking mumble rap on the weekends. I guess they're throwing a party in their fucking tiny little apartment, but it's just mumble rap garbage. So both of the closest things in proximity just play garbage music way too loud on random occasions. I gotta bang on walls and ceilings and shit. Like, shut the fuck up!
It's heartbreaking.
No one wants to hear
no
this shit.
longer- It's is it late into the weekend?
I don't know. It's always like fucking weekend, like Friday, Saturday at night, and I'm like, what do you like? Thank God I wear headphones the majority of the time I'm at my computer. Like, otherwise I'd have to listen to that shit.
It ends up, but
And I'm not trying to battle them. Like, I'm not trying to put on fucking 90s metal and just be like, fuck
Right.
you, and then turn the speakers onto the wall and just place them up against it and like, fuck you.
I mean, if you really wanted to be vindictive, you could probably play Anal Cunt.
They can play a lot of things.
I mean, right. I mean, you could also play like Mike Patton shrieking or screaming at something.
I could be super spiteful, I'm not going to.
Fantomas, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe some like Disco Volante and Mr. Bungle.
That's not the plan. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get them to shut the fuck up. Because they're annoying. You know, it's not fun.
So does that mean the toilet works? The turlet. Yes.
This fucking guy. I don't know if that can be seen.
Yes, not cool later.
It's fucking great. Absolutely 2016.
Is this what happens because you flushed the crocodile baby?
It wasn't me. I haven't flushed a crocodile.
Who's flushing crocodile babies up there?
Gotta be someone else in the building, but, you know, we were getting some fucking crocodile flushing.
Oh man, or it was like a recreation of that one scene in Goodfellas when Karen, she's just like flushing all the blow.
Yeah.
And he's like, Karen, what'd you do with it? I flushed it down. There was everything in it. Like it just, and maybe that's what happened upstairs.
Maybe. I don't know. What are you thinking, dude?
I would like to see, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry. I'm about to order food.
Touche. Question.
Sure.
I would like to put to rest, if you don't mind. If I would like to just play a little bit of Dungeons of Dredmor.
Neat. I don't think you're gonna beat it, but you're more than welcome to give it a shot.
I would like to put in a dent. And trust me, it will be interactive. Assure you.
Sure.
Although I'm just waiting for the coast is clear.
Well, we can give it a break. We'll see how things are. Let these people fucking do their thing with the plumbing. Order some food.
This is true.
Be back in like 10 minutes. How about that?
Deal.
Alright, so I can't see who's left in chat, but give us 10 minutes. We're going to order some food, we're going to rearrange a little bit, and we're going to get these people out of my fucking house who are trying to break pipes. Oh boy. Audio should be back. And the game audio should also be there. That'll be a whole nightmare. Oh yeah, the feedback's always fun. But realistically, I lowered the game audio, so hopefully it's not super fucking loud. I put it like half as loud as it was last time. Thank you, Whisper. Yeah, that audio loop is always cool. But that's just because of having the speakers on. And it just fucking, yeah, it's pretty fun. And that mic's not in your way at all. So I don't remember at all where you were at last time.
Oh, okay. So right now.
As I recall, though, you were in this room because you were just dropping shit.
Yes. Okay. So we're just gonna have to move these things around. Okay. You go over here. Okay. So these, I only have one health potion, right?
Right.
Now I have a potion of lively regeneration, and this gives me less than lively regeneration.
So like light regeneration, I'm assuming regular regeneration,
Yeah.
and then a flat healing potion.
Yes.
Okay. Understood.
So,
You got a bunch of random little tools in your bar.
and on top of this, if you eat food, you gain HP, and if you drink booze, you gain MP. Although you can get drunk and hungover.
Is it like Fallout? You eat a little bit, it takes time to tick, or?
Every round it's one tick.
Okay, and time does not freeze. So I assume when you go into your inventory to eat food.
It takes one action. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there's no like I can just eat like you can't Fallout stuff your face
Oh,
full
but-
of 40 cheese
But
wheels
but you could yeah you can.
in one action.
No, but in like 10 actions.
I mean, how like in Bethesda games, you go into your inventory and like the enemy just stops and is
Because
like,
it's frozen. Yeah.
it's like, what are you doing? And it's like, hold on, I've got to eat 40 cheese wheels. Give me a second. And you just stuff your face full of like 40 cheese wheels and get your health back, and then you're like, all right, Deathclaw, let's go. And you keep punching the Deathclaw because you're at full health, and then the Deathclaw hits you twice, and you're like, hold on, pause. I gotta eat like these fucking 40 frozen Salisbury steaks real quick
So good.
because I don't want to use my fucking Stimpak healing because I'm saving those. I have
Okay.
130, but I'm just not gonna use any of them.
So in this map, we're in the second floor. Okay.
Sure.
Oops, and I triggered a trap. So let's get out of here. Acid is one of the few things that cuts through armor really quickly.
It should. Is that just that pool?
Mhm.
That door triggered a pool right underneath you
But it was also an area of effect.
at the time.
Yes.
Now it's
Yes.
okay. Fair.
Now, first of all, we're gonna open this up, throwing some baseball at the thing that can charge us. So you go away.
Baseballs do damage.
Well, it's because I have a point in strength, so I can kick hard, like that. Okay, and then throw another you, and taking this from afar. So let me kick you proper. Oh, and you're already okay. Then you know what?
Ooh, it's a rage, huh?
Yes, because I have a point in Berserk. And we'll get to that, don't worry.
And who's the weird purple man? Not that.
Okay, he is a named NPC. Now, part of the reason, even something like a baseball can do so much damage, or like in its the lowest form. Attaboy. Alright. Is because okay. Melee power. Melee power affects how hard you hit with your weapons or feet if you don't have any. It's also how hard you throw stuff, but not how hard you shoot your crossbow bolts, because that wouldn't make sense. Like, every single thing is a snarky, for example, this headband makes it seem like a good idea to destroy common architectural materials with your bare hands. It is studded with thorium, because I put it on a shrine. So, don't worry, we'll get to that. These are my resistances up on the left.
Yep.
This is the damage I do. And the skills, the Berserker Rage. See, because if I put another one, it's not when I attack, but when I defend. It's kind of broken. And then you put another one, and you got crazy like magic defense.
Repeat.
And then you can keep going.
Yeah.
That's even more. And a bonus to melee. Then you go even more. And that is a guaranteed critical hit. Just like every... It takes a lot, and there are other skills that are much more important right now. Alright? We have 4 in crafting. Good. So part of what makes crafting, because you get big and burlier, that's burly. You get burlier with crafting, as you should.
Yeah.
Then,
by making gear, you get stronger. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So burly, you just do extra damage. And you got a bonus to disarming traps. Here you go. So, oh fuck. All right. So I'm just gonna try to play it safe.
Oh shit, Whisper, you still there? You might not be.
Okay, so because we're on the second floor, a space. Turn. Yeah. Okay.
Teleporter, huh?
Yes. Because we're on the second floor. And every floor after that, there is there's a zoo. And the zoo is basically a gigantic cluster of enemies. Sometimes zoos can be broken up into different like you could like there's a chance where you open a zoo door, and somewhere on the other end of the map is the second half of that zoo. And like in the little mini map over here, instead of being pink, it'll be blue.
Okay.
Light blue. Obnoxious, shitty blue. So, come on, just fucking. This piece.
Just trying to knock him at you.
I don't need this in my life. They're fucking slimes. I have to find that zoo. I have to beat people up. I've got things to do. Ooh. Hang on. Okay, I could use that. And then we explore the rest of this map. Now. Playing the game as a caster is only like it's more fun than playing as this, trust me. But it, like you can't do certain things that I'm conducive to playing a roguelite. Ooh. What does that provide? Good night, great sea. So I picked up a ring. And it does arcane damage and a bonus to hit. Arcane damage, holy damage, and blasting damage are the rarest damage forms that are resistive when you fight anything in the game, from short to long term.
Okay.
So that makes this very effective. So we're getting this from one ring, another ring. What else are we getting it from? Oh yeah, this. This is supposed to be like a necromantic tome, but it was dropped in an earlier boss fight. And blasting damage is like so. Anyways, just giving ladies and jerks at home a heads up. Aha. Okay. So we got a buff TLDR. We have plus what? 50, there you go. Plus 12 HP for 5 hits. And then when it's gone, we're back to square one. Ghosts, so we're not gonna do this for now. There you go. People are fucking deaf. Really? Hang on. And because if I have counter attack, If I put more skills in fighter, I have a better chance of countering. So, pick a spot I go to, left or right.
Good adventurers go left.
All right. And we get a lot of ice resistance and ice damage. Okay, I'll take it. I wonder if the cold is good against the oh, whatever. Baseball's up. Let's ride this lightning. Right, there we go. Okay.
Jeez.
So we're gonna want to get to a choke point. Let everyone make their move, and then one by one. So this is a wand, okay? And wands can be pretty OP, and if you're a caster, they're even better. Right?
Sure.
The only reason I'm getting away with such good luck with melee weapons is because early. Now, actually, you know what? This is a good. Okay, see these balls over here?
Yeah.
Puff balls. So they're very soft. Though very soft, this puff ball also creates a cloud of highly confusing toxic spores upon impact. So this is really useful, okay? But because I want to start doing damage ASAP, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably going to want to start doing a buff when I could move a little further back and maybe to the left. What we need to do is use a wand. So this wand, it's check this out. It's a storm of ice and lightning. Just going to do this again. Hedge our bets. And okay, now we have to buff. So, and the ice remains. You see?
So it creates like a AoE effect.
After the initial, like,
Would that hurt you?
yes. Unless I have really high, cold resistance, which is possible, because you could do that, like, as a pyromancer, you eventually got enough pyro resistance that, like, unless you do your, like, end level spell on you, you know what I mean?
You just walk through flames, basically.
And, for the record, there are, like, 70 different classes you could pick. I just picked you get 7. So, let's see. So we're gonna need resistance, and we're going to need, oh, why not? So strength, and of course it's Mario, and you got plumber strength. This is kind of silly. You are protected by the power of Plaid, well known as a powerful defensive sigil, and you get kind of pretty great resistances too. Like,
okay.
So, and then we have to fight. Okay, so, let's see. Yeah, you. Okay, I'm not saying I can kick my problems over. Need some help. Oh, and when you defeat and clear out a zoo, you get an item. It's a random. Oh, so check this out. Puffball. I hit this guy. Yes, I can. So the stars mean they're stunned, or confused, or both. So. Okay. I could get away with kicking some people, but I have to do something about those boss fights over there. And hopefully we... Oh, how close... Okay, see? This is our experience right over here.
Yeah, the orange bar.
Why not? Some... Well, you saw me, you got it too. So... Oh, sometimes you could find recipes, and one of them is if you combine 3 softballs, you get bolos, and they root enemies to the ground. and they're kind of OP. They don't do a lot of damage, but you like on a successful hit, there's a chance. Like,
hit them.
yes. Oh, ooh, plastic. Okay. Yes. Okay, so this is an absolute must-have. Like, this is going to save our lives. Okay, we need to take this, and we'll worry about everything else afterwards. But we need to take this now.
Okay.
Okay, that's why this is fucking. Who cares about this crap? All right. I mean, it's cares. This. All right, now check this out. Like a knight in chess. It's going to save our lives. All right.
Okay.
So from here, can we kick our problems away? Come on, come get some kicks. You want some kicks? Let's see.
Living Taco says, Stained Haynes, come play me in chess soon. And there you go, Living Taco is subscribing. Thanks, man.
Living Taco. Buenas noches. What's going on?
Join us.
All right. Living Taco is here to talk shit.
Apparently Living Taco wants to see you win. You any good at chess?
I am decent at chess.
Fair enough.
I'm nothing special to write home about. I wouldn't put money on me in a tournament. Let's see. I don't want to use that wand right now.
What other wand?
What shoes am I? It's, wand of laser. I got an. I've been hooking up with one of these.
Well, I'll write it down for you, Living Taco, but I can't guarantee that he's going to use it.
What, chess?
Yeah. We'll see if we can get this going.
Oh, you're putting it on the... Oh, great. You resigned it to ink and paper, Living Taco.
I'm writing it down, so in the future, if chess is on the board, we know where to go and who to ask.
Deal.
You know? I mean, I'm not good at chess, and I'm also not being called out. It's you that's being called out. Sick!
Deal.
Hello. Yep, gotcha.
And now he springs into action. The quiet hero of the night.
Just get food. I'm fucking hungry.
Niggas is hungry. You know it too. Anyone who says otherwise is other shit. It's fucking. $44 monsters left in the zoo. You see that? Okay, so I guess I could make. I'd have to hug the wall. Alright, so now.
No, he's not. Get out!
Alright, so first. Gonna have to hug. You have to get rid of the ghosts first, because they end up teleporting whether you hit or whether you miss.
Is Living Taco calling people out to chess in chat? That's what it looks like is happening.
Let's see.
Listen, if someone wants to see you in chess, Living Taco, you enjoy that. I mean, I'm more than happy to jump in, but, like, trust me, I'm not good, so it's not going to be any fun for you.
It makes me wonder if, a Living Taco is either, like an unbeatable chess champion, or better than average. Like,
I think Living Taco just likes playing and wants someone out there to come and join in. I don't know how these chess sites work. I imagine you can probably find random matches.
okay, so we're gonna use, you see this? Wand of laser. Check this out. Pew, pew. Not bad. Is it dead?
It seemed a little lackluster.
But I might have killed it in one hit, so...
That's fair. It just didn't look very impressive.
Were you expecting, like, a galactic cannon beam or something?
I don't know, it's a fucking laser. I saw, like, a beam, and then there was a man on fire.
Oh shit, he circled back! How dare you!
I mean, maybe I'm just being critical, but, like, lasers aren't made of fire.
Well...
Made of light.
It left the fire behind.
Maybe.
Because it's... Oh, okay, time to...
That's fair enough, Taco. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing it right now. You ain't getting me to play chess. This man's playing some Dungeons of Dredmor, and then we're gonna eat. But it's been a while, and we have to clear this. How many floors are in this game?
Oh, there are 15 floors in this game.
Okay, so we got a way to go.
And if you think... No, it just gets worse from here.
I can't imagine it gets better. I would hope that the game just continues to up its difficulty.
Let's see. So the boss fights are done. So we can go...
Like kicking the shit out of things?
Yeah, I think we can. So...
Alright, Taco. You know.
So we're just gonna go...
Maybe Haynes will brush up on his chest to give you a worthwhile game. And I'll, dust off what little I do know. I'm not one of those people that like got caught up in the chess trend when that stupid show on Netflix came out.
watch. Remember when the Hunger Games came out, and then suddenly like bitches want to do it like archery?
Yeah.
Like, get out of here.
Yeah, that's
Who do you think you are?
I knew one of them.
Yeah. Oh, see, you see this? Your mother was... They talk the craziest ish sometimes.
Okay. What's going on, Pixel Perfect?
Buenas noches, Pixel Perfect. See, my therapist said this will be good for me.
Do they just randomly talk? I don't understand.
Enemies just randomly talk shit, yes. I mean, like, the, like, named NPCs usually do it more frequently. Fuck, there's one monster left. Where is he?
Is it something that teleported away and now you can't fucking get it?
Oh, here you go. Oh, you son of a bitch!
Did it go in the next room?
I think so. I hope so.
Can it just vanish like that?
You get back here. Okay.
Oh, hi.
So, we're not a caster, so, like, fuck this. We could sell it, but, like, we're not a caster, so fuck this.
Okay. A good casting robe, that's it?
It's a great casting robe, but, like, eh.
Funny you say that, Pixel Perfect, because we said how was he? You said same shit, different toilet, but Home Bowl is the best. My toilet apparently broke by nothing happening. And it's incredible.
And then it got replaced with a thing that has a button on top.
The new one is the one that broke. And the guy came in and was like, oh yeah, this thing, like, you see this is broken. And then it turns out, like, that's not the case. And they're like, we can't come fix it until the week starts, so, just kind of gonna deal with this thing constantly running. Which apparently is an issue. I mean, wearing headphones all the time, I can never tell if there's things going on outside of my own personal room here. I kind of ignore. There are dogs that bark and noisy neighbors. Last thing I need is to hear things outside of here.
See? Kill the eyebrowed one.
Big ass pretties.
I wonder what this is. I think this guy predates this, probably, right?
I don't know. I don't know how old of a series this guy is. Let's, I mean...
I've cleared the zoo. Nothing on this level scares me now.
I also don't know...
Scares me now.
God damn you. Go away. I don't want to listen to you. I already checked you.
And then?
Let's see what... Do you know what year this game came out?
I have no idea, actually.
Because I can never tell nowadays with these kind of graphics.
2011, 2013?
We'll find out. I can't tell because everyone makes these like old school graphics looking games and they're not ever what they are. It's
damn
2011. Yeah, Disgaea is definitely older than that. But yeah, this could have been some old school game that got brought back. But like, no, it's just a indie game that came out in the 2000s.
Shit, we don't need these. Like, what are we doing?
Apparently, Disgaea debuted in 2003.
Oh, wow. And that's when the Prinnies debuted?
I don't know, 2003 versus 2011. I'm sure if Prinnies weren't in the first game, they had another game before 2011.
They had to have, yeah.
But, you know, if this game somehow beat them to Prinnies, I'd be fucking surprised. I'm saying those are like a mascot in that game.
Well, I think like it didn't it mutate into its own thing, and it even got like Prinny Quest, like a
yeah, it became a character. It's like slimes from fucking Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest. Like they became their own monstrosity. Moogles in Final Fantasy became their own fucking thing.
It's true, yeah.
You know, everything from Earthbound becomes well known.
Lousy Koopo spouting bastards.
Yeah, Moogles are okay.
Koopo this.
Mogs in fucking 9 were great.
I've never played 9. Is it good?
I enjoy it. Of the original games, it's my favorite.
Oh, and you could also do like door chicanery, but like
Just shut the door on them.
yeah, well, so, not everyone can open a door.
Interesting. Take this slime in your no hands.
That's yes.
Makes sense.
So we gotta find a
You
merchant.
could probably dissolve the door.
Yeah, let's bash it. It's just fucking sense.
I feel like there's a lot of junk items in this game.
Well, that is used for crafting,
Sure.
and
But there are things I'm assuming you want to craft and already know that you want to craft.
hell, I could fucking use that to craft right there. Like, speaking of crafting, also this too. I use chalk, and I use iron and coal, and you make steel. It's silly. I mean, but if you weren't crafting, this is junk. So,
Interesting.
oh, the bolos. But then we have this nonsense. All right. I love that poison gas. Don't breathe this. So it explodes and it's poison gas, and it hurts to move through it. It hurts to breathe it. Like, so you get hurt more than once per turn. It's kind of grimy.
Interesting.
And
Fucking wait, where's your gold? Is there like a gold value counter?
bottom left.
Gotcha. I can't. The mic thing is in the way.
Yeah, oh my.
No,
Oh
it's,
my
your
God.
cup's good. It's because of like the cover for the mic. I couldn't see it. Just gotta lean a little bit.
So
Also, Living Taco. Yeah, the NPCs insults are pretty solid.
we gotta get us some more. Like, listen.
Is that one ball?
Yep. No. It's like 6.
I was gonna say like
7.
that'd be expensive as shit.
Yo, we could make these later. We're just yes. All
Just
right.
fill up your inventory, huh?
Yes, this is why. We could make those special kinds of knives later. We have to, actually. That's why we're hoarding all of these fucking...
Materials. Heroic vandalism.
And you could even hear it, too. Where they go, heroic vandalism.
So good.
Oh, you know what? Fine, fuck this. We're just gonna fucking teleport around it.
Can you teleport around?
Here we go.
Wow, is that the Knights thing?
Yes.
That's cool.
We don't need, really, no, we don't need this.
Barricades don't stand in the way.
No. Oh no, we definitely.
Oh boy, cat, you gonna get my last nerves.
But this will get us more gold than this. Hey, a steak. Let's see. Pressure plate. And we can sell that. Fabulously strong hands. Yeah, we could actually craft that. Do we need... We're gonna
How
fight.
about this cat? How about some of this?
We're gonna fight
How about some of this?
We're gonna fight the cat.
Piece of shit!
Press 1 to fight the cat.
No, the cat can go chill somewhere else. Keeps fucking being a pain in the ass.
Let's hope we find a merchant soon. I mean, I don't want to be forced to walk and shred all the way down to, you know, we're just going to throw the things I picked up at you. Have a knife, you prick.
Oh, wow, he took no damage, huh?
Well, I don't run into his type until the next floor, and he's just here all willy-nilly-dilly. So...
Is that a robot?
Yes, it is. So...
Okay, that worked.
I need an adult. Help! Now, hang on. It's delicious steak. Oh, a potion of Midas. We really need to find a merchant. This is getting ridiculous.
Is there... did you find a merchant?
There's one, but it's all the way down over yonder.
What do you want, kid? Get out! Piece of shit!
They're going to kill the eyebrowed one. Be careful. So, is there... Let's see. So from here, it's just relatively not easy flying, but if you could beat the zoo in a level, it's more or less a really good indicator of how well you could do. Oh, we don't need this. We don't need this either. Find a grip. Watch, we're gonna end up finding like a nest of like an albatross mutant, and we're gonna find that before we find the merchant. Ooh, okay. All right, so you see those runes in the bottom?
Yeah, the little pink ones.
Depending on how you arrange them, depends on what comes out when you pull the lever. So, got any requests? Otherwise,
what are they? Growth and decay.
Pillars, growth and decay, scrutiny.
And you said depending on how you put that in?
Yep.
I would feel like growth and decay should be last regardless. Or is it like last is more important? Is it that kind of thing?
I don't. I do this randomly every time.
All right, so do the runes and the pillars in the middle.
Okay.
And then scrutiny. Or top, whatever that is.
Let's see what this gets us. Nothing. Ooh.
Okay. There's no combo there. Yeah, switch them up.
You want to keep this in the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Switch those boys.
See what this yields. Oh, okay, bolts, which would be awesome if we used the crossbows, because look at what just.
Interesting.
It just has ridiculous. It's like, bolts that break into acid bottles, bolts that splash, and like when you get hit, you leave a trail behind, like acid. Plague bolt, barbed iron bolt, barbed bronzed bolt, copper, cruelly barbed steel bolt, which is like, it's really good actually. It's like crossbows.
Fair enough.
It does what it says on the tin, so if it's like viciously crafted shuriken, it's like, give me. No. Firebolt, yes, and it's like, this is kind of gross.
Clockwork drill bolts.
Yes. Whatever it hits, it just continues to keep going for like a couple of rounds. It's just constant damage, but it's the same amount of initial bolt hit damage.
Yeah, just drills, gotcha.
And plastic is nothing to laugh at. Ingeniously scythed plastic bolt. That's... what are you people doing? So yeah, crossbow is a great way to play the game. Swords is so much fun, but caster is where, like, once you hit mid to end game, you could do things that, like, you could easily die forgetting you're showing off, knowing you could take on enemies like 2 or more levels.
Okay.
That could happen. Real quick. Let's see. Kick everyone.
Are you better off not using weapon with this build?
Well, specifically because check this out. This this is a special kick because I have a
Right, because you have.
excuse me, unarmed combat.
Yeah.
All right, so the further I go in it, eventually I'm doing piercing damage, and I get like resistances and dodging, and then 360 attack. Then I throw hands better, and then I'm the master of throwing hands. Like, look at that nonsense. From right to left, it's plus to hit.
Yeah.
Counter attack, blocking, critical hit rate, melee damage, and then up top is arcane. Because you're a monk.
Magic hands.
Ooh, okay, we shouldn't be fighting someone like you this low in the dungeon. Not good.
That samurai looking dude?
Yes. That is okay. Oh, wait, this.
A quest enemy.
Give my shit back. No, but -3 to hit just turns me off. I'll sell you. Jesus, come on. Come on, merchant. That piggly wiggly son of a bitch merchant. Excuse me. Here we go. Excuse my language. Is there garbage? Aha, yes, of course. There's one.
Sure.
Oh, and this is kind of funny. This is a giant stone club. There's no science behind it. A mold shield. It's not bad. Actually, really. So we're just going to sell all of this unnecessary garbage. It just need is things we craft. You will. Finish clearing out this room and let us get out of here and like let's sit down and eat because you're probably gonna eat the fucking cat like in the next 5 minutes.
I figured you were gonna try and at least get your merchant and maybe clear the floor.
So let's see.
I don't know how much bigger the floors usually get, but
unfortunately there's no run button because the unlike Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, which is just this like horrific race to. Oh, check this out. So that's a Heradric Lutefisk cube, okay?
Yeah.
So you could put pieces of Lutefisk in it, and it'll give you like magic like items. And once you hit like 780 pieces of Lutefisk, it just starts giving you like broken mythical weapons and gear. This is a potion of purity, which means if we're poisoned, we have to drink this because healing potions won't do a thing. It's true. Let's see. Ooh, food. Oh, we already have food. Oh, this root, good chance it turns us into a horrific mutant with gross hit points, damage.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't, you're sick. You shouldn't bank on it, but it's really amazing. You have to take this for later. Trust me. We're gonna make grilled cheese sandwiches. Only because eventually you can make food better than this.
Okay.
So, because we could eventually get rid of that because sandwiches. You know what? Okay. Let me get rid of this. Hold on. Don't need. There's 3 of you, so I'll keep you. Don't you go. You get crafted. So you see, you have to dump all of this into the pocket dimension, and the game didn't begin with the pocket dimension. It wasn't until later, because usually people just had to like hoard and carry things and drop them in pieces of like the dungeon.
And I go back and get them later.
Right, and check this out: a double razor sword, and eventually you could get a triple and a quadruple razor sword. And they even have like the women's razor sword.
it's pink and it costs twice as much. So no one complains. Ooh, yes. Alright. So... Alright, so you see those eggs?
Yep.
Now, you could either just eat the eggs, or you turn those eggs into omelets. And those omelets are probably like the second. They give you, out of any healing item in the game, it's 24. Like, you eat a piece of cheese, it's like 12.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you eat a sandwich, it's like almost 30. An omelet made with like 4 eggs is a 64.
Yep.
It's, you know, in conclusion, your chicken argument, your
Eggs OP.
wrong.
I mean, that's a diggle egg, but still OP.
Ooh, okay, so this allows us +3 to crit, +2 to vision range, and +2 to trap sense. Not trap disarm, but just trap sense.
Just see them.
Let's see. Forever picking up things I'm not going to use to buy things I need later.
Sounds like every RPG ever.
Like every... Up yours. Yes, so you see that bread?
Yeah.
So you take that bread and the cheese that I bought earlier, because when you buy cheese, it's all like brie and smoked cheddar and this and that, and what this is just plain old cheese.
Okay.
Right? You take that cheese, you take the bread, ingredients. Oh, let's make some. Right? Boom. Grilled cheese. Because eventually you can start making things better than you can in the store. Which is kind of the reward of crafting in a way.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I really... He said to leave me alone. Alright. Eventually, why I had asked for the notebook earlier, sometimes you'll see scrolled on the wall addresses to different dimensions, and those are like dungeons within dungeons, you know?
Mm.
So we cleared out 2. What's really important is you have to put them in exactly as you read them, because if you get them wrong, can't use it anymore unless you clear the level ahead of you. It's a red portal instead of a black portal. And you can't clear it unless you're like, you've gotten to like maybe level of dungeon.
Okay.
It's just...
It's harder. So if you fuck up, harder.
I mean, eventually you could get really gross and overpowered in the game and just like deliberately put in the wrong password and grind high-end enemies.
Mm.
But that's only if you're like super crazy endgame baller, deliberately grinding out and maxing out all of your skills, you know, to take on Vlad Digula, the king of all the Diggles, and the last guy, Dredmor. He's a piece of shit. Okay. But you see, just like under normal circumstances, screw the pearls, and then you like it just. And if I'm lucky, one of these recipes that I pick up will be 3 of those softballs. Makes 1. Let's see.
Getting a lot of eggs.
Thankful. But eventually, the best food source of the game is going to be like these precious, delicious eggs. But it's funny because like down the road in the game, you start fighting different diggles, like caster diggles, and like archaeological diggles, and suicide diggles, and they're called diggles, and like undead diggles, and caster diggles, and eventually you start seeing like diggles that are like 3 times the size of your character, but they only take up like 1 space, because they have like super teeny tiny diggle legs, and they're just like the most swole diggles ever. And they're just not easy to kill, and it's a nightmare, and you don't need this.
I do like how we can say kamikaze. but we can't say like suicide.
Or
Because it's triggering.
or threatening atheists with.
Yeah. We didn't threaten anybody. We just said the words. We didn't say we were gonna do it.
I don't want to give anyone the wrong impression.
Yeah, that's not what we were talking. We were just simply pointing out the fact that Twitch seems to have a very special place for religious-related beheadings, but just generic bigot-based beheadings based on like race or something. According to Twitch's bots.
They don't have a problem.
Well, their bots don't.
Okay, you're not because ultimately it is like faster than any human being.
Yeah. I mean, a person watching us might be like, no, just anything following like real-time beheading as a word is automatically done. Like, are you sure you want someone saying this in your chat? Which I understand. I appreciate the bot being like, are you sure you want someone talking about this? And it was like, oh no, we're telling them to say these things. We're testing out how you work, bot. And, well, we learned something.
They probably think twitch.tv/Monoxis, finally we could do non-rogue things because we now have the knight. Okay, so we can either take armor. I would either recommend taking Berserker or Combat. Shield is kind of crazy because eventually you get a defensive bash for the third one, and it's great.
That's your call, man. I ain't playing this.
So we're gonna get because eventually we need this. Until then, we're just gonna throw softballs at people. It's gonna take us a while, but we'll get there. Then we'll move on to knives, tomahawks, shurikens.
What's the best throw weapon in the game?
That
you know of anyway.
There's a bomb. It's called the bomb.
And it's considered a thrown weapon?
Yes.
Like it scales to your physical?
Yes. There's the holy hand grenade, which is just a ridiculous holy AoE thing. There's like a throwing axe that does it. I think it's like a tie between throwing axe and javelin. But there are also like AoE explosive, like throwing things like grenades.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, like just like a melee weapon, like a throwing axe or a javelin.
The Zappa axe. It's this gigantic throwing axe. I think that might be. Ooh, okay. So even though this is a buckler, right?
Mm-hmm.
This gives +1 holy damage, actually. And the regular old buckler, but still, like it does like holy damage, and it's defending holy damage. So, and haha, check this out. Now we're over here. Pick that up, and anywhere left to go? That's right, over here. Then we're gonna clear out this. We're gonna clear out this place and put this to rest. So. Flail, yes, we can sell that. It's a cube of meat. Check this out. Oh, here we go. A cube of flesh. It is gross, but at least it stacks nicely. You can use it actually. It's like for a few recipes. If you put 3 of them on a longsword, you get the pork sword.
Does it look like a kebab?
Yes.
Of course it does. Why wouldn't it?
I wish I was making this up. It's so good. And for what it's worth, if you could get it early on, our inventory is full. Sell more. Supermarket. It's like supermarket sweepstakes. Leave me alone.
I mean, technically, you could just walk all of this shit back and sell it, right?
However, this is unrelenting. Who do you think you are?
Oh, wait.
How about this? Let me get. You know what? We're clearing out the dungeon, then I'm selling this. I'm not walking all the way back right now. The hell with this. All right.
You get like a thing for clearing everything?
Yes. You get XP.
But you're gonna get one of those like pop-up notifications, like the dungeon was cleared, like that kind of thing.
You either get that.
No, I'm streaming. Streaming. Go away.
It affects the
the what is it? The RNG of the next level. Like if you clear out a dungeon, like you're more likely to get things that won't kill you as fast.
Yep.
Things like, for example, like this entire time there's been a statue of Inconquestuia, whatever her name is, and we could take her quest, but we have to clear this place out now. And you could take other quests from different shrines, all right, and that is rooted in clearing out the dungeon.
Okay.
So, like, for example, that shrine where I put the item and it boosted my stuff.
Mm.
Great. Like, if you clear out dungeons, like, Kron will look favorably upon your item. But, like, yes, a grill. But if you start using, like, let's say you're mad type of Kron, and then you take a quest from, like, Inconsequencia, whatever her name is.
Mm.
Kron will be fickle with you. Like, he might be shitty towards you next time you see him.
Huh.
You know what I mean? Not dissimilar to Hades, you know?
Oh yeah, we're like, you get favor of the gods.
So are we... Okay, one last stretch. Come on. Yes.
So they just carrying fucking bolt around with them.
Well, finally, I grilled a steak, so I lost an inventory space, and I gained a steak. Just eggs. Give me eggs. Give me the egg.
Eating their children.
Children will keep me alive. Is this good? Oh, it gives us +1 to like choking, asphyxiation, stuff like that. What is a proper name for this? And savvy. Savvy is a primal attribute of the bard and involves being clever while avoiding trouble. It affects magical haywire, chance, and sneakiness. Right, so we don't. Nonsense. Aha, Kron. There you go. First of all. And yes, you have to pick up the trap and set it back down. Disarmed it, so therefore you're picking it up.
Could you take it with you?
Yes, you could stack them, and some of them are really useful. Anti-magic one. Level 1 health traffic. Ooh, yes, I can take you. Trust me, just because eventually there comes a point in the game where you cannot get many more softballs, and that will be. The concussion bombs are kind of dope because let's see, do we not? The concussion bomb is great because it pushes enemies back. Of course it does damage, but it pushes enemies back, and you're going to need distance between you and your enemies when things get ugly and awful and hairy. Do we have anything? Let's see. The glove, let's see. Okay. So, now I have bonus to toxic. So now we have to stay away from this broad over here. That statue, I'll show you when you... So, trust me, when the Swoldig will show up, it's not GG. So, here, Inconsequentia. Well, I don't want to upset Chrome.
Gotcha. You can only have like one deity that you're...
Right, I mean, you're much better off. You know?
Oh, so you can do both, but it might cause issues.
Yes, I mean, like, gotcha. I mean, Inconsequentia will just forever keep throwing you on endless and pointless quests, but the more quests you do for her, the better loot, you get. Well, not... I mean, it scales by the floor you're on, but Oh God, I'm not gonna. Stream. Fine, I will. God damn it. Just want to sell this garbage. Jesus, have mercy on me, map. Hold on. It's here. Just sign.
We're just trying to find the shop. That's it.
Yeah. Just so I could sell all this stuff. It's just this mountain and mountain of stuff. And you know what? After carrying all of this crap for so long, either in like a level or two, watch, I'll be minding my business and there's going to be an item shop and it's like, hey, do you want this breastplate of incredibly high durability and bonus damage? And I will go, yes. Oh, so check that out. That was a rutabaga, so it was a vegetable, alright? And that means it's immune to, like, you can't enchant it, because it's not a person, it's a vegetable.
Doesn't have intelligence.
You can't crit it. There are all sorts of silly, delightful, ridiculous things in this game. It's really fun. As spurgy as the salt looks right now. Okay, so let me get to a downward arrow and leave. Alright? That's it. This goes good night. I disarm the trap.
Does that give you XP?
Yes. You could, like, and it adds up after a while, trust me. Like, I've tried to disarm, I think, most if I can, but eventually, like, if you can't, it's like you have a 45% chance, you know, a 40% chance. It could get bad where it's like you have negative 15% chance of disarming this trap. It gets wild after. Okay, wait. Let's kill you first. Shit. Alright, so.
Jin.
Djinns they do transmutive damage, and they're the first enemy you encounter in the game that when they damage you, they could damage your gear.
Enough. I mean, you know, at least they don't do it early.
So, let's see.
Yeah.
Alright, Dick Dickerson. We almost put you to rest.
Yep.
So we out.
Yep. Take it easy, everybody.
Buenas noches.